Well, good morning. Let me call the meeting of the Tennessee Trial Court Vacancy Commission together. I'm Bill Koch, and it's my privilege to chair the commission. I want to welcome our applicants today. A number of us on this podium have been applicants ourselves, and we know it's not an inconsequential matter, so we appreciate all of you offering yourselves to fill this very important job where we're filling a vacancy that's created in Division I of the Circuit Court. Judge Mark Rogers is departing. We salute him. We salute the work that he's done over many years in this community and for the state as a whole, and we wish him well in retirement. I also want to thank the public for attending. We believe in transparency. We want to conduct our business in public, and this is being recorded and live streamed, so there may be others watching us somewhere in the ether, and we welcome their participation as well. Let me recognize several people who are present and to thank them for their hospitality here, and particularly Mayor Joe Carr. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just delighted to be back in Rutherford County and in Murfreesboro. We're always amazed at how well you all have done in preserving this wonderful building. Some of us are old enough, though, we do remember the wallpaper, and apparently some others remember the wallpaper, but you've restored it very, very well. So thank you for that. And a little earlier, Judge Turner was here. I don't see him. Oh, there he's in the back in the shadows. Judge, it's always good to see you as well. It's a nice Wednesday when a jury trial settles and you have a little more time on your hands, so we're delighted you're here. And let me as well thank John Jefferson and the AOC staff who gets us at the same place at the same time, finds us a place to lay our weary heads, and basically keeps us out of trouble. So again, thank you so much for all the work you've done. And again, thank you for letting us use this wonderful space. There's some counties that would prefer us meeting out at the Waffle House, so we're delighted to be here. This would be a good time if you don't mind, the members of the commission can introduce themselves. And Commissioner, I'll start with you if you don't mind.
I'm Tom Lawless. I've got a federal practice in Nashville. Went to college here. Glad to see my friend the mayor joining us today for at least a little while. And it's kind of good to be back here after so many years and not in trouble.
Not in trouble?
Not in trouble yet.
I'm Ed Lancaster from Columbia, retired General Counsel for Tennessee Farm Bureau and related entities.
Good morning. I'm Craig Fickling. I'm the District Public Defender in the 13th Judicial District.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tim Weiner. I practice law in Jackson, Tennessee with the Rainey Kaiser Law Firm. I've been over in the Flatlands for 34 years now, and I'm pleased to be here. Good morning.
And that brings me to another point. We take not only impartiality, but the appearance of impartiality very seriously. And before each meeting, we hold an executive session where any member of the commission bring up for discussion any connections he or she might have with any of the applicants, and can ask for advice or suggestions about whether they should participate or not, or in what capacity they should participate. There are occasions when someone will say, I'm more comfortable not participating, but often what we conclude is that a relationship should be disclosed, but it's not necessarily grounds for self-recusal unless the applicants wish somebody to be recused. So we've had that discussion today, and several of us may have some disclosures. I've actually already made mine. I am the Dean of NSL. 4 of the applicants are NSL graduates. I have not looked back at your transcripts. Don't know what grade you might have got in constitutional law. So I don't believe the mere fact that you're a graduate of the school is going to influence my outcome one way or the other, particularly for the one member, for the one applicant today who mistakenly went to another school. I'm sure that there was probably a good reason for that. So I'm disclosing that. Are there any other disclosures anyone wants to make?
I'll just say this. Obviously, this is in my backyard, and I know 4 out of the 5 applicants. I worked with Ms. Hauser, with Judge Ash, and gotten to know her very, very well. Consider her a good, close friend. Howard and myself played Little League baseball together. He spent the night at my home. I've known him back of maybe when we were. Terry Fan is a very close friend of mine. Person and known him. Jones and I have had the opportunity to meet. While I don't know our other applicant, I imagine he's probably a great individual. With that being said, I'm not going to ask any questions of the applicants, but I don't feel that voting in this process, so I'm going to vote. Those things being said, I do want to say a couple of things that I think are important about this particular spot. One, Judge Mark Rogers is an amazing individual, amazing judge, has been an amazing judge, and has been a pleasure to appear before. Quite frankly, the last time I was in his court, which was about a week to 10 days ago, I teared up and cried as I told him goodbye. That's how much I thought of him and the good work he's done. One of the cool things about this position and our judiciary is in this county and Cannon County is that I firmly believe, and I mean no disrespect to the other counties across the state, is quite frankly, we have the best set of judges here. And a common thread of all of our judges, as I went back and looked at it last night and I kind of thought about what I might say since this is in my backyard. 2004, Judge Rogers came through this commission and was appointed. Judge Joe Atwood, while we didn't have a meeting, applied through the commission. Only 2 applicants came. That's a common thread. Judge Jimmy Turner came through this commission in the middle of COVID. A little bit different. We conducted those interviews over Zoom, which was unique, but again, common thread. Judge Darrell Scarlett, outstanding judge, came through this commission and was appointed. Judge Barry Tidwell came through this commission, appointed. Chancellor Wilson came through this commission in what I believe was, maybe back in 2014 was the longest vote in the history of this commission. 13 ballots came through this commission. I say that is that this is an important process, and having the best judges in the state and having a common thread of all of them coming in some aspect through this is kind of recognize that. And so I'm excited about the applicants here today. I'm excited about what the future holds for each of you. Quite frankly, you got big shoes to fill with Judge Rogers. I know with the applicant pool that we have, that I'll be proud and the commission will be proud.
Any other comments, disclosures? Five applicants. If any of you have any concerns, of us, welcome to not take it. Sketch about what you might expect. First thing we're going to do is Carter will flash you timesheets to let you know. Applicants, of course, are welcome to introduce themselves. That process of introductions, wishes to speak. If someone does, they will be afforded opportunity will be counted. After that process is completed, we will beforehand, I randomly assign a member of the commission to offer a personal interview with an applicant. And that selection is made not where I'm trying to connect somebody who might know them or not know them. That person that's selected is not the advocate to the commission for the person. It's not the grand inquisitor. It's just an opportunity for a member of the commission to get behind the application papers. It's an opportunity for the applicant to ask the questions, well, what are you really up to here? How do you all work? It's just designed to help a little bit more efficiency and candor in the application process. When the questions begin, the person who had been assigned to pre-interview the candidate will begin the questioning. Every member of the commission will have an opportunity to ask whatever questions he or she may have on their mind. It is not uncommon that a member of the commission will say that they have no questions. Do not view that as a sign that they're leaning one way or the other. Don't view that as a sign that they're not interested or engaged. It's simply reflecting that they have no questions. And especially when we get to the end of the questioning, a lot of the questions will be answered, and so it is not, you should not be surprised if somebody, some member of the commission thanks you for your application and says they have no questions. That is a neutral statement. After all that, and by the way, I should say that we're not going to be turning on a bright light. We're not going to be bringing out the rubber hose. This is not a second degree deal. We're not going to ask you trick questions. We may have some matters that we're interested in further elaboration on, but we're not going to throw you any spitballs. There might be some fastballs, but no spitballs. And we hope the conversation, I would call it professionally informal. It's simply a conversation. And we want each of you to be as comfortable as you can under the circumstances. But after that questioning is over, under our rules of procedure, we will immediately take a vote. This in public. There are 10 of us today, so in order to be referred to the governor for consideration, an applicant must receive 6 or more votes. We'll take the first vote. If all selections are made on the first vote, then we will adjourn. If all selections have not been made, we will recess, and we will then continue to vote after that recess for as many times as it takes to get a full slate of 3 applicants. And as you heard from Mr. McCarter, there have been occasions where it's primarily because of the quality of the applicants. It just takes a while to narrow down who the finalists are. So that's how the voting process will proceed. We also alternate the order in which we consider applications. Sometimes it's alphabetical order, sometimes it's reverse alphabetical order. Today, we happen to be in a reverse alphabetical order situation. So with that, if we're ready to proceed, Mr. Jones, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor? We will do that. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see you in the shadows back there. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Mr. Jones? Morning.
Morning, Chairman, members of the commission. Introducing me on my behalf will be my law partner, Russell, goes by Rusty Perkins. He's been a practitioner in this jurisdiction for over 30 years. So, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to all of you. I'm glad to be here with you, and I'm more glad to be able to speak on behalf of my law partner, but more importantly to me, my buddy. And his name's Michael Jones. He has come into my life and had really, it's a pleasure to be able to speak for him. Just a little bit about me, because I know my time is limited. I have been practicing law for 40 years now, as of May of this year. 35 of those years I have been here in Rutherford and Cannon County, and 27 and a half of those years I was a assistant public defender for the 16th Judicial District, covering this county and Cannon County. I have seen a lot of things in my lifetime, but one of the things that I am most proud that has happened to me is that I have been able to practice law with Michael Jones. I want to tell you, you can look at his resume. I'm sure there's a lot on there, but I want to tell you about Michael Jones, the person, because there's a lot more to people than what they can put on paper. So I want to tell you 3 things about Mike, as I call him, and as I said, he's my law partner, my hunting buddy. I consider him a member of my family, and so that puts a lot of the onus off of me to be able to tell you some good things about him. First of all, Mike is real. Mike is the kind of person who you don't have to worry about what he's thinking or what he's going to do. He shoots straight. And I appreciate that in a person, and I especially appreciate that in a judge. I think that is a tremendous qualification for a judge, is that you be real. The second thing that I will tell you about Mike is that he is relatable. Mike gets along with everybody. One of the things that I really realized that is when he and my son Drew started coaching the T-ball team last year that my grandson was on. And Mike relates to those kids. He's a family man. He just is a very relatable person. He treats everyone fairly. I've seen him relate to children, to the parents of those children, and he just is a person who I believe will carry that to the bench with him, that he will treat all people who appear before him, attorneys, litigants, anyone who appears before him with complete relatability, that he is no respecter of persons or positions, and that he does it in such a way, some people can be relatable, but he does it in such a way that it's a pleasure to be around him. And the last thing that I would tell you about Mike, and it starts with R also, is he's ready. I firmly believe in my 40 years of practice, I have never known a young man like Mike who is more ready to assume the role of a judge. He knows the law. He works hard. He not only has he worked hard in the law field, but he works with his dad in the construction field. He practically rebuilt our office that we're in right now, and when he does something, he does it hard, and he goes at it hard, but he does it right. And I would have no hesitation in telling you that Mike is ready. On the day that he hits the bench, if he is selected, then he will be ready to go forward at that point. I know there are good people, and a lot. I'm kind of like Mr. McCarter. I've known a lot of these people a long time, and they're good folks. But I firmly believe that Mike is the best choice among all of them. And I know that this committee obviously is not going to choose the judge, but I don't think you can make any better choice here today than to send Mike's name on to the governor. So I've got 30 seconds. Let me thank you all for your consideration. You've got a hard job to do, and I appreciate it, and I hope that you will send Michael to the governor, and that the governor will do the right thing and choose him as judge. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Appreciate your comments. Ms. Hauser?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see some of you again. I've been in this position before, but I am incredibly humbled and honored this morning that my dear friend Mary Catherine Evans, who is Assistant District Attorney in Williamson County, has honored me in coming to speak on my behalf. And at this time, I'll turn the mic to her.
Good morning. Again, my name is Mary Catherine Evans. I'm a senior assistant district attorney in the 21st Judicial District. I have not gotten lost. I realize y'all are going to be down the road tomorrow. I'm here today and honored to speak about my friend of more than 30 years, Michelle Hauser. I actually spoke to the commission the last time when Judge Scarlett and Ms. Hauser were passed on for the governor's consideration. And I really wanted to come again to tell you about my friend. As an attorney, I have seen many judges. Now, I have been practicing as an assistant district attorney for almost 26 years, so not as long as Mr. Perkins, but I'm not fresh off the boat either. I have seen many judges. I have seen many attorneys apply to be judges. What I can tell you about my friend Michelle is that she has the work ethic, the demeanor, the judicial temperament that would be important for Rutherford County. Now, some of you might say, well, why do you, Miss Assistant District Attorney from Williamson County, care about what happens here in Rutherford? Well, I met Michelle Hauser when we were both students at MTSU. My parents had gone to MTSU. This is where I live. This is my home. This is where both me and Michelle chose to raise our families, our children, and this is where we reside. So after a brief stint in East Tennessee, I moved back here and I stayed. Michelle has stayed. She has planted and grown, and this community has benefited from her being involved and being plugged in. I'll tell you that Michelle does do a large amount of family law. I have had the benefit of being a client. She represented me through a divorce, and it was through her wise counsel, her compassion, but also her ability to kind of calm a nervous client down that I got to benefit and see firsthand. I think that she would be able to do the same for parties and litigants in her own courtroom if she were to be selected for this position. Now, while a large chunk of her practice does involve family law, I know she has a wide variety of experience. I also know that she's smart, and she has a work ethic, and she has built relationships, and she has seen how the judges that she has worked for, namely Judge Ash and Judge Rogers, have had to look into things if they didn't know an answer. She will dig in, she will review the law, and she will make appropriate rulings and uphold the rule of law. I've also seen Michelle not take the easy road. Recently, she was over in my neck of the woods in Williamson County, and we were going to go have lunch, so I went over to watch her testify in a matter. She had been represented by a client, and an adverse party felt that Michelle had a conflict. It would have been easy for her to explain to her client, you know what, they think I have a conflict, so maybe I should just step aside. But that wasn't the right thing to do. It wasn't the right thing to do for Michelle, and it wasn't the desire of her client. So she took the witness stand to explain and testify over a period of days why she felt she did not have a conflict of interest and why she should still be allowed to represent her client in this matter. It would have been so much easier. But she stuck to her principles, and she did what she thought was right, even at inconvenience to herself. So, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, my friend Michelle Hauser would be an ideal candidate for this position of judge to serve Rutherford and Cannon counties. Thank you.
Thank you, General Evans.
My name's Derek Howard. I'm honored and humbled to be here this morning. When I was trying to think of who I would like to have introduce me, Mr. Catron, Kirk Catron, one of my oldest friends. We've been practicing law together since we started in '04. He is a partner here at Catron, Fowler, Palumbo, and one more. He keeps adding names. That shows you how well he's doing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Derek said, my name is Kirk Catron. Having been in front of this commission before trying to get a spot, I know that it's very nerve-wracking for these individuals, and you have a tremendously hard task because you have some great candidates today. As Derek said, I've practiced since 2004, so coming up on 20 years. I spent the majority of those years practicing with Mr. McCarter. Not sure how much I learned from him, but I was with him for a long time. Let's put it that way. Very little, right, Mr. Lawless? But definitely learned a lot from him and relied on him, as I know you guys will do, to pick the best three candidates to go to the governor. But we're here about Mr. Howard today, and when I think about Derek, I think about resilience and what it takes to be a judge and the life experiences that one has. And I'll tell you a quick story. 6-8 years ago, I ran for sessions judge, and Derek was out helping me put up signs, and we were pulling back into his driveway, and he lives out in the country on top of a hill, and there was a tree branch hanging over the driveway, and I made the comments like, Derek, you really need to get out here and trim that branch up. It was hitting my dad's old farm truck at the time, so not that it was going to do any damage. Well, sure enough, a week or two later, Derek goes out there, like Derek tends to do things on his own without help, and unfortunately, the branch slipped, hit the ladder, and it broke his leg. And then when I say it broke his leg, it came out of his skin. It was bad. And of course, I was the guy telling Derek, just cut it off. Don't get you one of those carbon fiber ones. But Derek missed a lot of work for that, and Derek had to overcome a lot of obstacles for that. And Derek helped me a lot through that process to understand what it's like to fight. And I think that's what you want in a judge. You want somebody that will fight for the law, uphold the law, and will do the things necessary to apply his life experiences to the judicial branch. Derek has experienced a lot in life as far as other jobs. He like a lot of people, went to law school a little later than some, but some of the stories he could tell and he shared over lunch throughout the years will definitely could show you that he has that demeanor and he has that experience to relate to people. And when I think of a judge, I think of who can relate to people. And I would say all these candidates are amazing people and they can all relate to people. I think what makes Derek special in that aspect is that Derek, I've had the honor of trying cases against Derek, and I've had the honor of having several jury trials where we either represented co-defendants or we represented the same defendant, and how he relates to those people, how he can bring a calmness to them, but more importantly, to their families. And I think in what we do, sometimes that's the most important thing, is because we have people that often have everybody in their ear, and you all have experienced that in your careers. And when you have somebody in your ear, they don't often listen to their lawyer. But Derek has that ability to relate to just everyone. So when I think of a judge, I think of somebody like Derek Howard. Derek would uphold the law. Derek will do it with dignity. And Derek will do it with honor. I've had the privilege of knowing Derek, his wife Jill, and their kids, been on a trip or two with them. And Derek and I even coached a rather unsuccessful coach pitch team one year for our kids, so don't hold that against him, because I don't think we won a game. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that, and I've said this before, you got great candidates, but Derek Howard, in my mind, stands above and beyond and would be just an amazing judge for Rutherford County. Thank you.
Catherine, thank you very much. Auberger?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. It is an honor to appear before you. My name is Stephen Grauberger. I've been a licensed attorney in Tennessee since 2004, a job I hold second in importance to my role as a single father to two sons, 10 and 13, who wanted to be here today, but their dad made them go to school. My professional career, both before and since becoming an attorney, has been an interesting and winding road. Originally from Prairie Village, Kansas, I first moved to Murfreesboro in 1988 to complete my undergrad at MTSU. Prior to becoming an attorney, I served as Director of Finance and Business Affairs for Canadian icon Anne Murray's music publishing and management company. And prior to that, I was a musician and songwriter. I'm proud to state that I'm likely the only candidate before you today to have sold more than 6 million records as a songwriter. I graduated from the Nashville School of Law in 2004 and was licensed the same year. In 2003, while still in law school, I became a reserve police officer for the city of Mount Juliet, where I lived at the time, a role in which I volunteered until 2008 when I was appointed municipal court judge. I served as city judge for 7 months when I moved my residence out of the county, thereby disqualifying myself for the role, and had to resign. As an attorney, I've spent the vast majority of my career in private practice servicing Middle Tennessee residents, from transactional matters to complex litigation in both state and federal courts. Areas of my practice over the years have included contracts, employment law, business litigation, domestic, probate, personal injury, general civil litigation, corporate law, entertainment law, and trademark, patent, and copyright infringement. I've litigated against some of the largest firms in the country, having represented clients in substantial complex litigation against the likes of Napster, Microsoft, and Yahoo, as well as representing clients in cases against state and federal governmental entities. While my background is broad, I put my all into my cases and the representation of my clients. My approach to the practice of law has been to try and maintain the highest ethical standard, mixed with a lot of hard work and some common sense, an approach I would carry over onto the bench. I've spent the majority of my legal career in private practice, starting out with my longtime mentor, Courtney Hollins, at Hollins & Associates in Nashville, and at John Lowe's firm in Goodlettsville. From there, I was managing partner of Grauberger Green & Associates in Mount Juliet from 2007 to 2014, when I started Franklin Business Law in Franklin, and I operated that until 2018. I served as general counsel for Wesley Financial Group from 2019 to 2021, where I built the legal department from the ground up. When I started with Wesley, we had 173 employees, one business, and I was the sole attorney. At the time I left, we had 440 employees, 4 businesses, and my legal department had grown to 5 attorneys, plus several support staff to properly service the organization. Following Wesley, I served as Director Corporate Counsel for Brookdale Senior Living, Inc., which is the largest owner-operator of senior living communities in the country, where I negotiated and drafted all manner of contracts for the company, from simple non-disclosure agreements to multi-million-dollar SaaS agreements with vendors who serviced all of our 600-plus communities. I'm currently working for Nashville Law Offices, PLLC, which handles domestic, criminal, probate, and business litigation. Having practiced for nearly 20 years at this point, I see this opportunity as one to serve in what I contend is one of the most important roles in our government. Judiciary provides the perfect balance to the other branches of government, interpreting the laws made by the legislature in accordance with the state and federal constitutions, and impartially adjudicating the executive branch's enforcement of those laws against the citizenry. I have no interest whatsoever in becoming an activist judge, but rather in faithfully adhering to the standards set by Judge Rogers, in continuing to provide justice to the people of the 16th Judicial District by fairly and impartially presiding over the cases that come before me. Again, it is an absolute honor to be here before you, and I sincerely thank you for your consideration regarding this important role.
Thank you very much.
Morning, I'm Terry Fan. I am, when I look up and see Justice Koch, I feel like I should say, may it please the court. So it's an honor to be before this commission this morning. It's a great opportunity I have at this point in my career to apply as the circuit court judge for this county. I'm honored and thankful this morning to my friend and long-term District Attorney General here in our county, Bill Whitesell, to introduce me. Bill's the best trial lawyer I've ever seen. He taught me a lot. I learned most of it from sitting across the courtroom from him. So I'm grateful to have General Whitesell speak on my behalf this morning.
General, welcome. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Of course, I know Mr. McCarter very well, and I want to thank this committee for the public service that you are doing. And I don't know if you'll remember, Judge Koch, but I was on the Judicial Performance Evaluation Committee back before it disbanded, and I had the privilege of meeting you at that time. So I'm aware of what this service means to the people of the state of Tennessee. I also want to thank the other applicants for putting themselves forward and going through this process, because without several applicants, you can't get the best, and it's good to see that people want to serve the public. I've known Mr. Fan for his entire his legal career. He came in 1988, and it didn't take very long to see that he was going to be an outstanding lawyer. He, at that time, represented a lot of criminal cases that were appointed. And I will say that you could not tell whether he'd been hired or appointed because he treated all of his clients the same. I had the opportunity to try many cases against him. I remember our first murder case together as he was a young lawyer. And I'd always been told, you'll try your best cases against the best attorneys. We were both prepared. Terry Fan was always prepared. And I was lucky to prevail, but I can't say I didn't come out a little bruised and bloody. He is a great litigator. He is a master of the law and the facts, and he is dedicated to the law. I would be remiss if I did not mention his family. He married to Vicki Rakes. Her father was an educator for 50 years in Smyrna. They raised two sons, Drew and Chase, who I've had the privilege to meet, and maybe you all will see him later today. He was involved in their baseball careers. Drew played at Vanderbilt, and Terry coached them all through their Little League and other leagues. I think Terry's respected by the bar here. He's respected by the judges here. He's respected by the people that work in the clerk's office, the courtroom personnel. He's respected in his community. He is an ethical. His integrity is beyond reproach. I've, as I said, tried many cases against him, and it was a love-hate relationship, but outside the courtroom, I loved him because he was a good lawyer and he always played by the rules. He also serves on the board of the Child Advocacy Center, which I didn't start, but had its inception during my time as a district attorney. I've been on the board for the entire life of that organization. Terry has been there for more than 20 years. So he knows what it is to serve the public. And when I talked with him, he told me, he said, I've really enjoyed practicing law, but I would like at this time to give something back to my community. But he's been doing that for 20 years. He's a person you can rely on, you can count on. He's respectful, he's even-tempered. He has what I call a judicial temperament. He's liked by everybody I know. And I would highly recommend that you look at his record. I think he is very qualified to serve as a judge, and I would ask you to pass him on to the governor. I don't think the governor could make a better choice than in Terry Fan, and I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Reached that point in the proceedings where I'd like to give any person who is present who wishes to express any concern about any of the 5 applicants to come to the podium and tell us what's on your mind. So do we have anyone present who wishes to address the commission? Say in other contexts, speak now or forever hold your peace. There being none, the applicants can now exhale. Individual interviews, and we'll begin with Mr. Jones. If you'll come back to the podium, sir, and I believe that Alex Waters is going to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
We heard from Mr. Perkins a lot about your character, and you and I had a chance to catch up maybe about a month ago and get to know each other and discuss your practice and more about you. But Mr. Perkins, while he touched on your more your character, I want you to kind of let us know how you got here and kind of what's your story a little bit.
Yes, sir. And first of all, once again, it's just an absolute honor to even be standing before this commission today. To be standing here with the likes of Terry Fan, without a doubt, one of the most respected attorneys probably in this state and definitely within this jurisdiction. Just to even be my name on the list beside his is an absolute honor, I will say that, and as well for the other candidates. How I got here today, I grew up in a small rural town in West Tennessee. I was raised in a conservative family based in principles of faith, freedom, and I come from a family that's not the traditional pedigree of what you'd see from a lawyer, I would say. My mother was a product of foster care. Both of her parents deceased at a very early age. My father grew up in abstract poverty, surrounded by mental health and addiction issues at every turn. He was the first member of his family to ever attend college. He was able to do that while I was a teenager. He also joined the military when I was a teenager and now holds the rank of lieutenant colonel. He's the greatest inspiration, both personally and professionally, in my life. They overcame every odd at every turn, from being teen parents to having less than ideal circumstances, and they've instilled in me the principles of hard work, integrity, and the fact that you can accomplish anything you set your mind to. And I'm a firm believer in that philosophy. That's why I'm standing before you here today. I've subscribed to that philosophy. I've had struggles myself in my life. I also became a teenage father. Interrupted all plans of attending the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. I adjusted. My wife, my now wife of 13 plus years, was a grade behind me in high school, so I attended night college and kept the child during the day and would attend satellite branch of the University of Tennessee Martin at night. As soon as upon our graduation, I transferred to MTSU, where I finished my undergraduate career. Ever since I was 5 years old, I wanted to be in law enforcement. I majored in criminal justice. At this point in my life, having a family, having a wife, having a young child, with the current situation of things, I felt I needed to pursue alternative avenues. I had a couple professors that asked me if I ever considered law school, and I told them no, it never was on my radar. Law school was a last-minute thought for me. Ended up at Nashville School of Law, had options to go other places, and Nashville School of Law ended up being the best fit for me. I had a family. I couldn't afford to go into the debt. I didn't want to move uproot my family and move them to Memphis or Knoxville. I wanted to be able to work and provide, and so that's what I did. My entire time at Nashville School of Law, I was employed. I was employed full-time with the state of Tennessee in various roles. I was employed with the Department of Revenue as a tax enforcement officer. Spent several years under Commissioner Varney and current Commissioner Marie Williams with Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. That time in my professional career has probably had the most profound impact on me. There, not only from my family's personal past history, from past generations, I developed a passion and compassion and understanding of those who struggle with mental health and substance abuse disorders. During my time there, I was intricately involved in recovery courts. During my time there, I was part of the process that helped secure funding to make sure we had a recovery court in every judicial district in the state of Tennessee. I worked side by side with Judge Sloan out of East Tennessee to implement his Tennessee Recovery Compliant Courts model across the state of Tennessee, and we was able to secure funding from the general fund. During my time there, I worked with legislative affairs. I worked closely with Governor Haslam's administration. I've drafted legislation. I've saw successful legislation passed. I've wrote legislation regarding mental health and substance abuse, helping fight this opioid epidemic. I have a real passion in this area. This seat here, while it is not currently a criminal seat, it is a civil seat, and it handles all civil matters in Cannon and Rutherford County. One of the first things I would do, if given the pleasure of serving in this role, is see what I could do to work with the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to create a family recovery court in this judicial district. In my practice, the juvenile judge, Mr. Lampley, I'm sure Judge Lampley could harp on this topic all day long, but we are seeing families torn apart in this community, ravaged by substance abuse and mental health issues, and it's my full intent to continue working to expand that to the family court area. Our courts, I feel, have a duty and an obligation to help these families stay together, help these families stay intact, and that's not just my moral take on it. I believe that's a constitutional obligation. I think our Constitution protects parental rights and the family unit. If not first and foremost, it's at the top of the list. And if given the pleasure of serving, I look at expanding those options. That's a little bit about how I've got here, my passion. I could go on forever about it, but I think that's a good synopsis.
On our conversation, your passion for mental health services and substance abuse resources was very apparent. And you took a couple of my questions because I was going to ask you about that family recovery court. But tell us a little bit more about your current practices and what your ratios are and what do you typically do?
Yes, so I've intentionally kept my practice diverse. Matter of fact, when I decided I was going to come back to Murfreesboro and open private practice, I actually almost joined Mr. McCarter's firm there. But at that current time, I was going to be, I think the word is partner Brock used, pigeonholed into kind of a real estate law area.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with that, and I've done my share of that. I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of title searches and the like. But The issue then and the issue now is I like diversity. I like to be challenged. I'm not scared by new legal issues that I haven't handled in the past, because I am equipped with the tools to, although I may not have handled that issue at this current time, I have the ability to research. I'm an advocate. I'm a strong legal reader. I don't read for pleasure. If I read, it's case law. I know that blows my wife's mind and most people's mind, but I would say 60% of my practice is roughly civil litigation. That includes everything from a general session civil practice all the way up to complex civil litigation. I have a couple cases in the Court of Appeals right now. I've handled countless family and custody matters, termination of parental rights, business transactions, business disputes, real estate disputes, contractor disputes. It would be hard-pressed to find an area of civil litigation that I haven't had a case in, with the exception of tax law and bankruptcy. I stay clear of those areas. I feel like those are a little specialized. I would say outside of that, about 20% of my practice is family law and about 20% is criminal law. If you want to do the numbers, I generally carry a caseload between 100 and 120 cases at any given time. So if that kind of gives you an idea. Criminal law, I handle everything from a general sessions criminal practice, which would be the kind of the elementary entry level step, all the way up to I've represented multiple first-degree murder cases. So I've got the experience there. I don't have the length of time, obviously, that a Mr. Fan would have in it, but I do have a wide variety, and I'd like to say I just hasn't limited my practice here. I practice literally from Memphis to Knoxville in various judicial districts across the state in various courts, juvenile matters, probate, chancery, circuit, and criminal matters.
We discussed this a little bit. Tell us about your jury trial experience.
Yes, sir. So I have conducted 2 jury trials. One was a first-degree murder trial. The other was an especially aggravated kidnapping and especially aggravated robbery charge out of Davidson County. In civil litigation, I've had several cases set for trial. Fortunately, those things have a way of settling. Prior to coming to that, obviously, outside of jury trials, I've had countless trials in front of a judge in family law matters.
So one thing that recently, we received your application. I know you've amended that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if all of my colleagues have had a chance to review that. I assume they have, but could you kind of just expound on that amendment a little bit?
Yes, sir. So the first submission, which wasn't really, a full amendment, was at the time I filled out the application, one of the complaints was open and pending at the time. I discussed with you at length about that complaint, that I felt like it was unwarranted and would be dismissed. A couple weeks after our conversation, I got the dismissal letter, so I did provide that to the board. And then secondly, particularly question 17 and related question number 22, I did amend, and as I stated in my response, upon my initial reading of the application, I didn't feel that the juvenile criminal history was applicable. However, after further review and consideration, I've looked at that, I've supplemented that, I've been as transparent as I can be about that at this point. I've even supplied some attachments related to that. But kind of going back to some of my struggles as a teenager, young man, I did have some trouble as a juvenile. Most of it involved alcohol or access to alcohol. As I've stated in here, at that point in my life is not a current reflection of who I stand here today. I don't wear it as a badge of honor, and I don't wear it as a badge of shame. It's who I am. It's part of who I am. It's part of my life experiences that make up who I am. I think it's a key aspect in who I'll be as serving as judge. When judge, your life experiences are going to be a part of who you are. That's just human nature. And at an early age, I made missteps. I made mistakes. I've corrected those mistakes if there was such a time at that point in my life, and I've learned from them. I've grown from them. I teach that. I preach that to my children. I'm a father of 3 children. That's my greatest accomplishment in life. I've been involved in, as Mr. Perkins alluded to, not only coaching the team that his grandsons own, but I've been in youth sports since my daughter was a child, going back to around 2010, I'd say. And I think it's a valuable lesson for those out there to learn that your circumstances, your past, your mistakes, they don't dictate who you are. They don't control who you are. Too often in society, people are like to rely on past or misfortunate circumstances as a crutch or an excuse for who they are or the person or their actions at the current time. I don't do that. I don't justify that. I don't allow my children to justify that. If you make a mistake, you own up to it. You make reparations if necessary. You learn and grow from it. It's not that you make a mistake. It's how you respond to it and what that teaches you moving forward in your life. And I feel like that, different lifetime ago, it's not who I am. And I think my professional career, my educational career since those days and despite those obstacles would indicate more of a true indicative nature of who I am as a person.
To shift gears a little bit, you would have to run for this position whether you're appointed by the governor or not,
Yes,
or you would have the opportunity to run since being an elected position. Would you, I guess a two-part question, if so selected by this body and appointed by the governor, would you run? Or if you're not selected either by this body or the governor, would you run regardless?
Right. My answer to this question is no disrespect to this process or this commission. So I don't want to take it as that way. But yes, I will be a candidate in the 2024 election for this. I was a candidate just a year ago in this exact same judicial seat, the exact same vacant seat. My message and my campaign resonated with a large percentage of the voters in this judicial district. I received 48% of the vote in an election against an 18-year incumbent with generational ties to this community. So a large percentage of this population of whom I'll be serving has already voted, literally voted as a vote of confidence in my ability to serve them as their circuit court judge, my ability to be impartial, my ability to uphold the laws as it is written. So yes, I do intend on running. Obviously, if I'm appointed, I'll be running. But if I'm not fortunate enough to get that honor, I'm still running. We're on a short turnaround. We're talking about a primary in March of 2024 with a general election in August. So, whoever has the honor of being selected for this position, you're looking at till September 1 of next year. And then the election, the voters of this judicial district will be able to decide that election. And I intend on continuing to grow my support, continuing to run my campaign. I've already announced that I'll be a candidate, and I expect campaign activities will begin here shortly.
Well, I just have one more question. In our discussion, you talked about how you've just got a general contractor's license. Mr. Perkins mentioned that you're a hard worker. That came across in our discussion. You're very active in youth sports. You read case law for fun. What do you do in your spare time if you have any?
Well, if I have any is the question, but...
Big question, apparently.
I have a saying, and I think it comes back to my roots and where I've grown up, but if you're too busy to hunt and fish, you're too busy. And I spend a great deal of my time. Matter of fact, 1 week of my vacation each November is dedicated to hunting the whitetail peak of the deer season. So that's what I do for fun, but I work for fun. I know that sounds crazy, but coming from a family of modest means, my father always had multiple jobs. He always worked to support and provide for our family. So that's my first and foremost priority. I've always maintained multiple jobs. I still do it now. I've always been interested in construction. I'm fairly handy when it comes to that sort of thing, and quite honestly, in my personal life and in my professional experience, I've quite frankly got sick of bad contractors. In this state, you can ask Commerce and Insurance, you can ask our You can ask our judiciary. I mean, we're riddled with contractors stealing clients' funds, doing faulty work, and I just said there's got to be a better way. And honestly, that's what motivated me to get my contractor's license, to offer a better way, to offer a construction company that's going to do what they say they're going to do, that's going to do it correctly, and that is not going to be out here deceiving people. And that was my motivation there, to make it an actual official endeavor.
Well, we appreciate your application, and I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Perky?
May have to sit on your lap.
I don't want you to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Jones, thank you for your application. Just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
We did serve together in the Haslam administration.
Yes, sir.
I have no greater respect for anyone than I do for Commissioner Doug Varney and current Commissioner Marie Williams. They're great people who are trying to make a difference in this state. So just a couple of questions to kind of probe your demeanor.
Yes, sir.
You're appointed to the position. You're driving down a 4-lane highway here in Rutherford County.
Yes, sir.
And all of a sudden you notice blue lights in your rear. And it's a Tennessee State Trooper stopping you for speeding. How would you handle that as a sitting judge?
Well, Your Honor.
And he recognizes you.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would handle it much the same way I handled it when I was employed with TBI. You know, when a fellow law enforcement officer has an interaction with other fellow law enforcement officer, you can kind of understand the different dynamics there. But as Mr. Perkins said, I am no respecter of persons. It doesn't matter what your title is. If you're violating the law and you're speeding down a 4-lane highway and the state trooper pulls me over, I anticipate him giving me a ticket, whether I have a judiciary plate or not, whether he recognizes me or not. That's his job. He's out there ensuring public safety. As you're well aware, we have way too many state fatalities on this highway. So when you think, oh, well, it's just speeding, well, in the whole scheme of the criminal system, it's a minor thing. But I would not expect any special privilege whatsoever. I for sure wouldn't bring up the fact that I'm a sitting judge. That's completely irrelevant to that situation. I don't feel like that should be an impact or not, whether he recognized me or not. And I don't know what, you know, your question goes to this, but no practicing attorney likes a judge with what we call black robe fever. We just don't. You know, I want to be a judge where attorneys want to come in my courtroom, where they want to look forward to practice in front of me, where they know I'm going to be fair-minded, where they know I'm not going to disrespect them or belittle them or embarrass them in front of their clients in the courtroom. So I think that just kind of goes to that larger question in general, just how you treat people, what you expect. And if you're a sitting judge, I don't think you deserve any special consideration in that scenario you've given me.
Okay, thank you. Just one other question. Is a judge a politician?
Well, that's a complex question. In this state, I would say judges run elections. So I'd say by their very nature and the definition, they're a politician. I think judges, any judge that's ran an election knows the traditional interplay between politics, judicial ethics, and what's allowed under a normal campaign might not be allowed under a judicial campaign. Now, I don't think that stymies or prevents a judge from speaking their mind or saying what they feel on certain topics, but a key element of the judiciary is impartiality. And you have to make sure that the public has a trust and belief in you that you will remain impartial. And my way of remaining impartial is I follow the law. What the law says is what the law is, and that's the approach I take. To me, a judge, once they sit on the bench, it should not matter their political ideation. Obviously, it's no secret. I consider myself a conservative. I run my campaign as a conservative campaign. But at the end of the day, every time I speak to an audience, every time that I talk to voters, I let them know that you have to follow the law. Your morals and ethics might not align with what the law says, but you still have to follow it. It's not my job to legislate from the bench. And quite frankly, that was one of my motivations for running. Now, here in the 16th Judicial District, we've been blessed. And as said before, we have a great lineup of judges here. But if you look around the country, there have been examples where judges have, I felt like, have gone beyond the law on the paper and let their political ideologies control the outcome of cases. And I'm not here to do that. I'm here to follow the law as it's written. So to answer your question, yes, a judge isn't a politician in the sense that they run campaigns and are elected by the voters. They are not a politician in the sense that I am not sent there to represent my constituents' wishes or needs. I'm there to follow the law. And I think that's a distinct difference.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. North?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a few moments about your construction companies. I understand from your application it's a fully operating company at the present time?
Yes, sir. It is in its beginning inceptions. The license was just issued earlier part of this year, but yes, sir, we are fully operational.
With employees? Or as part of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you plan to continue that if you're elected or appointed?
The construction company will continue. I don't know what my personal involvement will be there, but we have, along with my father and a childhood friend who's been in the construction industry for many years, I'm not handling the day-to-day operations of that business now. I practice law. Now, I'm part of the ownership structure. You know, my name's on the company, but I'm not the day-to-day guy for that business. I don't know if that answers your question on that.
Well, do you believe your continued ownership in that property, ownership interest in that property would be a conflict if you sat on the bench?
I don't, Your Honor, and I can point to an example right here in our judicial district. I believe Chancellor Wilson owns or has an ownership in a construction company, and I don't know that there's anything ethically that prevents a judge from having an ownership interest in another entity. Now, could it potentially create a situation where I would need to recuse myself from a case? I could see that. But I think there's mechanisms in place there that if I felt or a party or litigant felt that there could be a conflict of interest, my philosophy as a practicing attorney is that judges should recuse themselves out of abundance of precaution. Not all judges subscribe to that philosophy. I do, because I lean back to the appearance aspect of it. And if a litigant or a party thinks there's an appearance of an impropriety or a conflict, then I think a judge out of abundance of precaution should step back from that. So yes, I do intend on continuing to have an ownership interest in that company. No, I don't think it's a general conflict in general for being a judge. Yes, I do potentially see a case that could come up because we do serve this judicial district, where I'd have to recuse myself from certain matters.
Years ago, one of the last judges in the state of Tennessee that didn't have a law license was a sessions judge in Marion County, and he owned a body shop. And so you'd be trying your car wreck case with him, and you'd have your expert on the stand, and he'd be testifying about the repairs to the '68 Mustang, and the judge would interrupt and say, "No, that's too high. I fixed that for $5,000 last week."
Yes, Your Honor.
So is that the way you're going to be with your construction expertise and knowledge?
No, sir. When I'm sitting on the bench, that's not a factor in there. You're going to have to evaluate the facts independently of everything. And as a judge, I can't supersede my expert knowledge for expert testimony. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. I wouldn't do that. You have to rely on what evidence is introduced in your courtroom. And if the evidence is not introduced in your courtroom, I can't consider it. It don't matter how much I know it. We have rules of evidence. We have rules of civil procedure. And if they're not followed and it's not properly before me, I can't sit back and make a ruling based on the fact, well, I know the party didn't prove their case, but I know X, Y, and Z, so I'm going to rule this way. Now, I'm not saying I haven't had that done to me from the bench, especially when dealing with pro se litigants trying to help them out. But I'm very adamant on considering the facts and the proof that comes in to my court through the proper channels.
Good answer. That's all I have, but I appreciate you participating in this process.
Thank you, sir. I'm doing good.
So first one.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. Okay. My definition of integrity is doing what's right when nobody's looking. I mean, I think that if you want to put it in layman's terms and as simple as you can possibly make it, is you just have to do right. And it don't matter, you know, it just don't matter. You just do right. That's what I teach my children. You know, I think integrity to me means also doing what you say you're going to do. I do that in my law practice. That's one of the motivations for me starting this construction company is I do what I say I'm going to do. As Mrs. Perkins said, I'm a straight shooter. I don't mince words. I don't play, you know, I just don't do it. So integrity to me, from a very elementary level, is doing what's right, no matter the circumstances. So.
Within the law. Within the law.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were.
Well, in that response, I think and I've got it here.
I didn't hit it hard enough.
I don't think it's an excuse for the behavior. I think at the time that was just an indication. You know, people in small rural communities have a different way of life. But I will follow that up with, I am an avid sportsman, an avid outdoorsman. I spend a great deal of my spare time when I have it doing that. It's one of my greatest passions. If you come to my office, it's a trophy room, essentially.
Listen, our basement is the same way.
And so being married to that, I'm sure my wife would like to tell you thank you for the understanding and the patience that comes along with having somebody who enjoys the sport as much as I do. Here's what I can tell you. I was a young man.
Mm-hmm.
I was dumb. I was stupid. I'll tell you that I value the importance of hunting within the laws and regulations of the TWRA that they've set forth. I think that's evident by the fact that, you know, just length of time, I literally hunt as much as humanly possible with my schedule and have not yet had one single infraction. I participate in youth hunts with wounded warriors and veterans, take children out hunting with those and help participate and donate to those organizations. And in those processes, part of my job is to teach them the correct way to do things. Not the way that I may have been taught, not the way that was an accepted practice in Henderson County, Tennessee, right? But what's actually the law and the importance of following those rules and regulations. And I learned a very, very valuable lesson from that, in that my passion for the outdoors, I couldn't even possibly fathom that being put in jeopardy any more than it was at that time. Because I'm a firm believer that if kids aren't enjoying the outdoors, if they're not enjoying hunting and fishing and playing sports, that they're going to enjoy other activities that probably aren't as productive for their lives. So I encourage my children to be outdoorsmen. I encourage them to hunt within the bounds of the laws and the rules, and to not do it the way that may have been acceptable by community standards there, the way that I was taught. So that would be my response to that.
Thank you. The last comment I have is, and I recognize that, thank you for turning my mic on. It's so much better.
I can't take credit for it, Catherine.
I recognize that you were young. You're probably about 20. What I would encourage, or would have encouraged you to do, just to
say it on the application so that there's no amendment that needs. We all understand that we run into situations when we're young. It's just part of it.
Right.
But for me, I would like to always see it on the front end and not as an amendment. And that's my last comment.
Right, and I would address that just briefly. So in not putting that on there, that was, like I said, it was a long time ago. And I think I was 18 at the time of the offense, 19 at the time that I pled to it, but I could be wrong on that. But I had an active juvenile matter at that time, and best I recall, this was included and transferred to that county that handled that case and resolved as part of my juvenile record. So that's why my criminal history doesn't show it. If you pull my criminal history report, which I provided to it, I have no criminal history. As it relates to the question on the application, after rereading it into some discussion, I included it. However, I will say, generally, in my understanding on background checks, applications, that sort of thing, juvenile offenses are usually omitted unless specifically requested. Like, for example, when applying to law school, at the time I applied to law school, there's only one law school in the state that even asks for juvenile information, right? But it specifically says on the application, include your juvenile. So that's why it wasn't on there. It wasn't an attempt not to provide it on the front end. Like I said, I don't run from it. I disclosed it in that process because it was specifically requested. I understand that you know, this should have been included on the first go-around, but it definitely wasn't an intent on my part because, like I said, I don't wear it as a badge of shame.
Absolutely. It does say, I think on your amendment, you said as an adult, so I just assumed that you were an adult then.
I was at the time of the offense, correct.
Okay.
But because I had, to the best of my recollection, because I had an open juvenile case, it was rolled into that and included as part of that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lawler?
Thank you, sir.
I want you to be heard.
Yeah, right. I will be honest, other than your comment about not liking to be in bankruptcy court, you were doing fine. You were doing brilliant when you said you didn't end up practicing with my good friend, Mr. McCarter. And I will compliment you on your brilliant decision to avoid, my friend. And I say that very tongue-in-cheek, so you'll know. Social media.
Yes, sir.
Younger than a lot of people coming through. There are a few of us up here that, although I can't say have gray hair, in your instance, I identify with your hairstyle.
Yes, yes.
Although you have more on your chin and face than I have on my head. Stop it, Bill. Talk to me about social media, because sometimes members of the judiciary get in trouble for typing late at night, maybe when they have been out in a party or what have you. How do you think on that?
Well, I can answer that a couple ways. One, I'm behind the curve with my fellow generation my age. My first computer was purchased when I attended college. I didn't spend time growing up on a computer, chat rooms, nothing of the like. I don't really know what most of the social media. I do have a Facebook page, but if you get on there outside of my campaign page, I never post. I do have a Twitter account. I don't rarely ever post. I get on there and keep up with the news. As it relates to social media, I have a 14-year-old daughter who started high school this year. And let me tell you, that's not, I was bald before that, but it hasn't helped the situation any. And she is allowed zero social media. She doesn't like it. She says her friends make fun of her. But I don't care. It's been around long enough. You got me on one of my stumps, but it's been around long enough. I've seen the dangers and evils of it. So you won't find my fingers typing on it at night, I can promise you. You know, especially for a young 14-year-old girl with, you know, the studies and the research that's coming out, I agree with you. There's a lot of a lot of damage that can come from social media. There's a lot of good that can come from social media. I use my Twitter to keep up with the news headlines because I'm too busy to do it otherwise. But at the same time, yes, I understand that's a concern this day and age. However, I think I'm well beyond my years on my attitude towards social media and its impact it's had in society thus far. And like I said, as predicated by no matter how much peer pressure I get from my 14-year-old daughter, she is not getting a phone that has access to social media, and she's just going to have to live with that.
Well, let's talk about weaponization of orders of protection. Notwithstanding the socialist media that I have in Davidson County where I happen to live, you go into domestic relations court. I don't practice in that area, but I see the results of it a lot. The first offensive shot across the bow is he's going to hit me or she's going to beat me up.
Yes, sir.
And boom, order of protection gets issued. And I'm, with all due respect, have no clue how it happens down here. I can tell you what it does in Nashville. That affects a number of things. A, it affects your ability to have a weapon, whether or not you should or shouldn't. And it sets a tone in a domestic case. Expound on that, if you would, please.
Well, you're asking me the questions that are just going to get me to talk forever. This is one of my biggest problems in family law practice. Obviously, there's a need for an order of protection system. There are victims of domestic violence. You've got a representative from CASA here. Domestic violence is a prevalent problem in our society. However, I will agree with you. The order of protection system has been weaponized. It's weaponized and it's utilized by attorneys every day. I'm not one of those attorneys, but never fails, you have a relationship that's near its end, and yes, the system can be abused to get a strategic advantage in a custody, in a divorce situation, because guess what happens? The minute that order of protection sign, I no longer can go to my home. I no longer can be around my wife. I no longer, most of the time it includes the minor children. I no longer can be around them. I do a lot of order of protection court representation. I've been fairly successful in getting a lot of those dismissed. I think our judiciary here takes a better approach to it than probably some jurisdictions you're familiar with when dealing with those. Especially when it comes to minor children, because our jurisdiction really prioritizes the importance of the parent-child relationship, which is something that I'm adamant on, because one of my biggest issues with it is you see these allegations, right? Most of them have no substantive proof whatsoever other than the claim being made, but then they'll throw the children on it. Matter of fact, one of the most recent ones I had, that was the exact situation. And thankfully, one of our judges here saw through that and dismissed it related to the children. I agree with you, it's a problem. How you address the problem, I don't know. How we make sure that people who are actually in need of order of protections get them, and these frivolous, if you will, ones get called out, I think that's going to be a practice of the judiciary, unfortunately, because, and I think there's an opportunity for education for attorneys, because sometimes, quite frankly, I blame the attorney for these filings. Because they know in a domestic relationships case, when you get the order of protection out there, it gives you a huge leg up. It does, and you're fighting against it from there on out, financially, economically. When you get kicked out of your house, but guess what? On the order of protection, I still have to pay the mortgage, the utilities, the water bill, the insurance, and then I have to maintain a residence for myself too, and then I have to hire an attorney. I mean, it does pigeonhole cases, and I'm not saying there's not situations out there that are vastly warranted, but I always have hesitancy, whether it's a criminal allegation or an order of protection allegation, that is simply he said, she said with no substantive proof. That's when I first look at one, that's what I want to know. Do we have any pictures? Are there actually any documented injuries? Is it just, he he was mean to me, looking at me. There's a lot of detail in there, and I think the other problem is, and like I said, I don't know the solution is, most of them get rubber stamped. And unfortunately, I understand that. Who wants to be the judicial commissioner that gets an order of protection spun across their desk that doesn't get approved, and then God forbid something happens? So I understand the difficult task that's associated with that. If I'm judge, if I'm given the honor and pleasure of serving as judge, I know these order of protection dockets aren't the judge's favorites, but it will be one of my favorite aspects of the job, because I do intend on addressing this problem. And I think the way you address it is by the judge being able to see through some of these situations. And, if attorneys know that you're not just going to be able to get an order of protection rubber stamp passed through with no proof and give you a leg up in the case, maybe it'll curtail some of these frivolous filings.
Taking it another step, an attorney brings, let's use Mr. McCarter, since I've already been picking on you a little bit. And Bert would never do this, so I can say that. Bert has a client, he comes in, tries to get an order of protection. Obviously, hasn't done his homework, or he wants that advantage that you were referencing. Are you going to sanction him?
Well, here's the problem with that. As attorneys, and anybody that's practiced in private practice in these matters, we are bound by what information we get from our clients. I like to say, one of my sayings is, clients can steer the ship, but they're not the captain of the ship. And I take an approach that I'm shoot straight with my clients, and if they come in with a nonsense order of protection, I won't pursue it. And if they want to find another attorney who will, that's fine, or we can proceed on the underlying divorce. I don't know what other attorneys have conversations are like with their client, but what I would say in Mr. McCarter's defense here is that if he's given bad facts and he relies on those, then I don't know that Mr. McCarter should be punished for that if it turns out to be the case.
Of course, we do know it's Bert, so we would want to look behind it.
Now, if it's Bert, maybe a different situation.
And I'm going to borrow, I'm not going to steal one of my friend Chairman Koch's questions. Have you read the Judicial Conduct Code?
Yes, yes.
I'll let you know the questions for him for that. You've impressed me, and I just want to say that you may be younger than most, but you're an old soul and a young person, and that's kind of refreshing. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lancaster? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Where in Henderson County?
Are you familiar with Sardis?
I'm from Farm Bureau. We know all the small places.
Yes, you do, and been a loyal member for a long time.
Okay. Wasn't a plus, but okay.
Conflict.
Yeah, I have no more
I think
questions.
everybody in Henderson County is. Sardis, Scotts Hill, Tennessee. Not sure if you're familiar with it. Matter of fact, infringes on where Mr. McCarter and Mr. Howard grew up there in Savannah. I was a stone's throw away from there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Following up on Mr. North's question about being a general contractor, brand new business. When I went in-house after being a partner in a firm in Nashville, I no longer was self-employed. When you're a judge, you're not self-employed. And I remember that one of the first things there was nobody, this was a newly created position, so I was trying to figure out what that meant. And one thing that meant was my duty of, I think the term was loyalty, but it really was a little different than that. But my responsibilities did not allow me to have private legal practice or private. I would suggest you look at the rules of judicial conduct, and I suspect that you may be able to keep a role. It's maybe just more of an ownership role than a management role. But I would suggest you look at that.
Yes, sir.
And that's a personal experience situation. The other thing I noticed that you currently have a case in front of the Court of Appeals that has to do with workers' comp, and it's a case of first impression, and you're trying to get that clarified. Workers' comp is a strictly statutorily created law. It's not common law. So I'm curious as to what's the opening, what's the gap?
Yes, sir. If you look at the workers' compensation statutory scheme, contractors and general contractors have different obligations than other businesses do. And so the entire crux of the case is that when an individual pulls their own permit to build their own residence, okay, when you apply for that permit under statute, you were exempted from having a general contractor's license. That's all the exemption covers. So if you read that in conjunction with the workers' compensation statutes, and an individual pulls a permit which guarantees they're going to be serving as the general contractor on a case, they're going to perform everything in compliance with codes, et cetera, but then you start hiring out employees to do work for you on the said project, then my position in this case is that the facts dictate that the individual who was injured became this gentleman's employee. And because he was engaged in construction, he was obligated to carry workers' compensation. They are not precluded from carrying workers' compensation on any of their employees. The only person they're exempted from carrying workers' compensation is the owner itself. It doesn't matter if you have one employee or you have 100 employees. If you're in the construction industry, you have to carry workers' compensation. The law's clear on that. The question becomes, was he engaged in the construction industry?
So all of us, whenever we add on or
Correct.
do any work at all, we have to pull a permit.
Correct.
Is your position that whatever work you have to do, you're going to be a general contractor when you pull the permit?
No, it just depends. This is a very fact-specific pattern, and this was brought up a lot during the discussion in the trial court, is how is it different, okay? Well, how it's different is that our position is this gentleman was an employee, okay? If you hire my business to come paint your house, I'm not your employee. Okay, you don't control how I work, the scope of my work, the terms of my work. You pay me to paint the house. Okay, this situation was different. This gentleman was working for him every day. This gentleman was at his house prior to the accident. I think the testimony, I can't recall, I think 10 to 14 days on end, working at the direction of the homeowner. So the facts in this case become a little different. He took overt steps and actions to become this gentleman's employer, including paying compensation for his time there. So I think it's a very fact pattern specific case, and my articulation of how all these laws intertwine might not be correct. The Court of Appeals haven't told us yet. But at the same time, as I told them during the oral argument, this is an area of law that needs clarification. One of the responses on the other side was he's exempt from all requirements. Well, no, he's not. The statute only says you're exempt from having a contractor's license. It doesn't mention any other exemptions. And so I think this is an area that the court needs to provide guidance on. I really think it's the area that the legislature needs to take up.
Yeah, and I noticed that you had drafted some legislation in the past, in your prior career. My real question for asking is not particularly this case, but what are the rules of construction that a judge, a trial judge, when you're faced with constructing a statute or constructing this type of pattern, what are the rules of construction that you would apply?
So are you talking about my interpretation of the statute?
Not this particular statute, just any statute, or any kind of thing. What's the guidelines that a judge follows when they start into this area of law, or this type of inquiry where the question is there's a gap in a statute?
Yes. So first and foremost, you have to look at what the law says, right? I firmly believe the law is what it is and it's not what it's not. And what's written on the law is what the law intended to be. In an area like this where maybe the answer's not spelled out in statute, okay? Maybe then the judge can look at the legislative intent on it. I'm not a big fan of that in general. I think that should be a factor if there's no other factors to go to other than the plain meaning of the word. But I will tell you, throughout the Workers' Compensation Code, it expressly states what the legislative intent was throughout that code. And it says to make sure, because construction is an inherently dangerous field, that we have quality workers with workers' compensation and insurance to cover those who are injured in the employ. So I think there is that, outside of the well, I guess it is in black and white because they state what the legislature's intent is, but I think the law kind of creates that catch-all provision under the statutory scheme, that if you are an employee in this field, then workers' compensation has to be provided, and if it's not, there's a couple key aspects there. One, if workers' compensation is provided, I can't sue you in tort. If workers' compensation is not provided, I can sue you in tort. And the other side of that is, I can't even come in and allege comparative fault, which is a key issue in my case, the level of the injured's comparative fault versus the contractor. If you're supposed to provide workers' compensation and you don't, you lose the benefit of that defense. You can't raise it. So it is has quite teeth to failure to comply with those statutes.
Thank you for your application. I enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your application.
Yes.
One of the things I noticed in your answers to Mr. Waters' question is that you seem to have a real passion for mental health, the issues regarding mental health.
Correct.
What role do you see judges having in affecting public policy?
Well, and I spoke with Mr. Waters about this during our phone call. So just to be clear, a judge's role is not to legislate from the bench. On the flip side of that, judges are at the forefront of these issues. They see what's going on. If lawmakers thought it worth getting my input on a certain area of how they could improve the law, I'd be willing to provide that input, okay? My job is to follow the law that they've passed. But I think judges kind of have a unique role. You can look around the state at Judge Sloan I mentioned earlier. He's done a great job of this. He's passionate about it. He's got a program that works. It's a program, basically, he took his own time, resources to make sure it worked. And he's a zealous advocate for mental health and substance abuse services. I would see, if I'm fortunate enough to serve, I'd see myself serving a similar role. I will be advocating for getting recovery courts, more recovery courts. We need them. Anybody that practices in this system will tell you we need them, and not just in criminal law. We need them in family law. Judge Lampley, who had the pleasure of campaigning beside last year and got pretty close during that process, he's trying to implement a family recovery court over in juvenile court because he sees the issues. He sees what we're dealing with. So while it's not the judge's role to create the law per se, I do think there is a delicate balance in providing your insight and wisdom that you're seeing coming from the problems arising from your judicial district to help create a better solution. And I think, unfortunately, the judiciary is left holding the bag for a lot of these gaps, whether that's through the criminal justice system. You talk to any sheriff in the state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Sheriff's Association has been saying for years that our jails are our largest mental health institutions in the state. I don't know that I disagree with them. I just think in order for us to continue advancing and fighting these problems, I do think the judiciary has to take an active role in that, and I intend to do so.
Now, and I'm not sure, do the judges here have law clerks?
They do.
Okay. In terms of drafting orders, how do you anticipate that being done if you're on the bench?
Yes, sir. So I can tell you what the current practice is here. Usually the prevailing party drafts the order. there's a process for if the other attorney signs on it, it can be signed in X number of days. If the other attorney don't sign on it or don't object, you can wait, I think it's 10 judicial days before you can sign off on it. I would probably incorporate a little bit of that on the routine, simple stuff. But anything that takes complex or special consideration, like this workers' comp case we were discussing, Judge Scarlett took that under advisement for quite a while, and he drafted his own order in that case. I think it just kind of depends on the case. I mean, if an attorney comes in on a motion withdrawal, yeah, I'm probably not going to draft that order. I don't have a problem doing that. It's just standard practice, at least in this judicial district, that the judge articulates the order, the prevailing party and/or whoever the judge tasked with drafting the order drafts it according to what the judge said. And then if there's discrepancies in what the judge ordered versus what's on paper, there's a mechanism for working that out. But in a sense, I guess you are drafting the order orally, and the attorney's responsible for memorializing that on paper is the standard practice here.
Well, again, thank you for your application, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, I've enjoyed hearing your life story, how you got from there to here.
Yes, sir.
And you have impressive credentials. Thank you for being here. I have no additional questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones, I just had two quick follow-up questions. I'm actually thinking about your answer to Commissioner Perky's earlier question about the blue lights.
Yes, sir.
Court of Criminal Appeals judge is long since dead named O. Wayne Oliver. One of the things that Judge Oliver was famous for was he was pulled over. Officer, when he rolled down the window, said, "Well, Judge Oliver, keep going." And Judge Oliver's comment was, "Do your duty, write the ticket." Didn't quite get that far in your answer. Are you a Judge Oliver devotee, or would you say, "Thank you, officer, I'll slow it down"?
Well, Judge, I don't think I got as direct as you stated there, but I think in response to his, I said that I would expect that trooper to write me a ticket if I was speeding.
The trooper says, "I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it."
Well, I think, I don't know that I could force him to do anything, but I do think I would, and I didn't quite catch the name you said, but I do think I would fall more in his shoes, because to me, the bigger issue would be the appearance that a judge got off from a speeding ticket. And I think the impact that would have on the judiciary would be far worse than any ramification. And I feel like as a potential member of the judiciary, I think you have a duty to protect that.
Then just to follow up on another answer you gave about interpreting statutes.
Yes, sir.
Inevitably, I almost would say frequently, there are going to be statutes that can be reasonably interpreted different ways.
Correct.
And one side is going to be arguing very persuasively that it means X, the other side is going to be arguing it means Y. And judge may decide that he or she says, "I read these words and I know what they mean." Or the judge may be more candid and say, "You're right." You said that what you might do in that crossroad is to try to figure out what the legislature intended. How do you do that?
Well,
how do you know what 132 people intended?
yes, that can be quite tricky. Sometimes the statutes spill it out. Sometimes it's in other areas of the code that you might have to reference back. When I'm personally crossed with that situation in private practice, which you are, judges are. I mean, we wouldn't have jobs if the laws were written where there was no different interpretations, right? I rely heavily on case law and research. Obviously it's not rare. I think my Court of Appeals case kind of has a narrow issue that needs some clarification, but I think a lot of times case law can answer those questions for you, because I think, as you're well aware through your many opinions, the court kind of spells out some of those discrepancies. So I think you have to look there. As far as legislative intent, it can be tricky if it's not expressly spelled out. Now, my involvement with the legislature in the past. I probably have inside knowledge that others don't about how to access recordings of meetings and documents and text of the prior bills versus the amendments. But first and foremost, it's what's written in black and white. Second, I would say case law that's in existence at the time to help provide guidance on those issues. And then if you do have to go to legislative intent, if it's not spelled out correctly or you can't find something that kind of goes that direction, then I don't know that you could factor that in. I don't think a judge is not in a position to pre-assume or assume what the legislative intent was, absent it being somewhere clearly defined in the record.
Thank you for your answers and for your application. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And once again, complete honor to be before you today.
Thank you very much. It is now, according to my watch, about 7 of 11, so we'll break till 5 after 11. Commission will go back in session, and Ms. Hauser, if you would make your way to the podium. Good morning again. I believe Mr. Winter is going to.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to tell you how much I enjoyed visiting with you last week. Thank you again for driving over to Jackson.
Likewise.
For the visit. I wondered if you could begin by sharing with the other commissioners your story. And I don't mean just telling us what's in the application. We've all looked at that. Tell us Michelle Hauser's story and share that with us. Will you do that?
Sure, I'm happy to. I am the daughter of a steelworker and a registered nurse that relocated to the state of Indiana up toward the northwest region, where they found each other and ultimately had me and my sister. So I grew up a little outside of Chicago for about 18 years, and then my family quickly decided it was time to move back south, and I'm grateful for it. I was always the kid in school that had the southern accent and nobody could understand why. After being in Northwest Indiana and growing up there, I went to Liberty University for 2 years. At that time, my dad became ill, and as a result of his illness, he ultimately took his own life. And that was a very difficult time for me and our family. I was only 20 years old at the time that happened, but it was a lesson that I've learned about mental health that I am so thankful that I had the opportunity to be able to, because that cross has ultimately allowed me to be a blessing to so many others who have had to cross that very difficult bridge. I moved to Middle Tennessee. I've been here in Middle Tennessee, mostly Murfreesboro, since 1988. And I went to Middle Tennessee State University. I could not return to Liberty University due to my father's passing and due to the economic hardship it placed upon my family. So I went to Middle Tennessee State University, where I met my good friend Mary Catherine that talked to you all earlier, and so many other wonderful people in the political science department. While I was in the political science department, I became a receptionist at a local law firm here in town. A.G. Allen, Godwin, Morris, and Lorenze was their name, and the reason I can still remember that is because that's how I had to answer the phone over and over again. After I served as receptionist for a while, I was promoted to secretary, and from secretary to paralegal, and from paralegal to one of the chief paralegals for one of the major partners in that firm. I took a little break from law shortly after I married my first husband and went and started my own business. It was a catering company. I wanted to tap into some of my creative juices a little bit, and I wanted to take a little step back from the law. At that time, A.G. Allen, Godwin, Morris, and Lorenze were doing nothing but employment law. And I'll be honest, I got a little tired of it for a period of time, but I did get to go out and express my creative side, and then I also had my daughter. Unfortunately, shortly after I had my daughter, I found myself facing divorce. It was a very hard and difficult time, but it was time for me to start thinking more along the lines of what I was going to do with my life. One of the key factors that I often talk about is that when bad things happen in life, you either get bitter or you get better. I chose to get better. I went to law school at the urging of some very wonderful people. My boss at the time was Circuit Court Judge Don Ash, and he encouraged me to go to law school. I figured I might as well get better instead of getting bitter. So I made application to the Nashville School of Law. I made so many wonderful friends there. I learned so many things, but more importantly, it allowed me to continue to be a single mom to my 6-year-old daughter. It also allowed me to continue to work full-time with the judiciary. At that point, I was working for Judge Ash, but then I helped Judge Rogers transition into his role as a jurist, and ultimately finished my career with the judiciary working for Judge Rogers. So I went to Nashville School of Law, worked full-time, was a single mom. I'm not gonna lie, there were times where I thought I was losing my mind. But ultimately we persevered, and with the help of so many people investing in me, I was able to go on and become a lawyer, and I've been in private practice now for almost 17 years. Totally, I've been in the judicial system or in the legal system for approximately 26 years. I think I've held every position there is in the legal system except for judge.
When Judge Ash took senior status, we were fortunate enough to have him come over to the Flatlands and to handle some of our cases when our judges had to recuse themselves. I'd like to hear you, and I know you were not an attorney when you worked for Judge Ash, but I'd like to hear you tell us how working for him has how it benefited you and how it formed you into the attorney that you are now.
Oh, goodness. That's massive. That's a big question.
Well, give us 150 words or less in your response, but
Yes.
that is the question.
Oh, my goodness, where do I start? Judge Ash had the incredible ability, and still does, to be able to go through all of the facts and all of the issues, and he can pare it down to the one issue that is truly relevant to that case. And he's a rule follower. I, too, am a rule follower. I follow rules. I think that's one of the reasons I became a lawyer, is because I'm a rule follower. That provides me comfort as long as we're following the rules. He was also incredibly organized. That was one thing I did learn from both him and Judge Rogers, is that it takes different personalities on the bench with different experiences to make sure you have a well-rounded bench. Judge Ash and Judge Rogers could not have been any more different than if you created them as far as their judicial styles. However, they both were incredibly effective, and I was able to see that firsthand as a judicial assistant and then also as law clerk, because when we would have those lapse in the law clerk positions, I would also fill in that role once I started law school.
Your application, Ms. Hauser, lists Hauser and Associates, and it also lists Simply Split Legal. We talked some about that last week. What I'd like for you to do is to explain how you are actively involved in both of those businesses. Explain that to the other commissioners, will you?
I'm the managing partner of Hauser and Associates. I do have a staff that's underneath me that are incredible people and are so incredibly smart in the legal realms, and others that help me keep that business afloat. But I had a vision several years ago based upon some stories that I had read in an article, and I believe it was from the Bar Journal, talking about access to justice. and how difficult that is for a lot of people today. As a result of that, I started doing some research, and the American Bar Association also amended their rules that now allow for lawyers to be what we call ghostwriters. That's what Simply Split Legal is designed to do, is to help the indigent who can't necessarily afford lawyers, who are sometimes, I guess, bottling up the system because they're trying to just get, let's say, a simple divorce. And they've appeared in front of that judge 6 times, but they still don't have their divorce. This company was designed to help me in my later years, to where we would ghostwrite for those individuals, make sure that the legal documents met the specifications of each judicial district, and in an attempt to try and help people get at least some access to justice. We would not appear in court with them. We simply just do the drafting and give them the instructions about how to go and file in that particular county. And that was in relation to the ABA rules.
Ms. Hauser, I have come to recognize the fact that practitioners of domestic relations are more likely to have board complaints filed against them than perhaps any other specialty of practice. And you have some board complaints. Take this time to explain to us the board complaints, including the one that is presently pending, please.
Certainly. You're exactly right. I mean, domestic law, which is what I now focus on, my career has expanded across many different areas of law, but since I have focused on family law in the latter years of my career, the emotions run very high. And litigants sometimes don't understand on what's happening to them and why. So I have had some board complaints. I can say that only one of the complaints that has been lodged against me was by my own client. The rest of them have been from the other side or someone ancillary to the other side. Again, I think it's just a matter of somebody not understanding the system. They didn't feel like they got a fair shake in front of a judge, and looking to blame someone, you know, they begin searching because their emotions are at an all-time high. I have one that is currently pending before the board. It's been pending since, I believe it was November of last year. It's basically a conflict of interest complaint. A individual on the other side, after we had been in litigation for a year, and shortly after I filed a petition for criminal contempt against this person, she filed a board complaint against me saying that she had met with me some 7 or 8 years ago. I went back to look in my case management system, because I do employ a case management system that has allowed me to keep copious records over the years, and I did not find any information as to her even meeting with me. And so that is still currently before the board. I have not received any type of indication from them. This same individual also filed a motion for me to recuse myself, and that was before Judge Deanna Johnson, and we just received her verdict in that as well, to where basically Judge Johnson determined that I should recuse myself only because to avoid the appearance of impropriety. And I certainly have done that and have sent my client on to a new lawyer.
Tell us, please, about your trial experience, and I mean to include non-jury and jury trial experience. Tell us about your work there.
Well, I think as a lot of lawyers do, when you first start, you take anything that's willing to come down the pike to you, and that's the way I started. Fortunately, I was hired on with a law firm here in Murfreesboro, Greg Reed and Associates, as one of his associates. He was a wonderful teacher, and one of the things that he required of me is to make sure that I was diverse. So I took up criminal defense. I was doing some employment law. I was assisting him with some conservatorships and probate matters, and then I also had my family law practice. I can honestly say I've never tried a jury trial in front of jurors. However, I have been on the other side of that, where I did assist the judge in creating the jury instructions, assisting the jurors with whatever it is that they needed. And I was able to see from both perspectives, kind of someone that was looking out into the inside, exactly how that system works and the importance of our jurors. That is one thing that concerns me, I think, for our judiciary and going forward, is that we have seen such a huge decline, especially in the civil arena, of jury trials. In fact, we have very few of them here. Most of our jury trials here in Rutherford County are criminal in nature. We do have some civil jury trials, but they're not numerous. This particular position is a civil position, so I do anticipate that there would be times to where I would preside over a jury trial should the governor appoint me and should you send me on to for his consideration. But I have extensive experience on both sides of that bench. The 8.5 years that I worked with the judiciary on the one side, and then now the 17 years on working on the other side. It has given me a vast amount of experience and life experience that I can't replace.
You have been before this commission for other vacancies in years past, and so you may well have been asked this question before, and that is, if selected and presented to the governor, if chosen by the governor, or if you are not selected and not chosen by the governor, what is your plans with regards to the election, and what would be your intentions there?
Well, I've already started in that direction. I've already have a quasi-campaign staff in place. I already have a website that's in progress. I already have somebody that's going to be my campaign manager. I've already started that political process. What I don't think any of us saw coming was that we were told at the beginning of this process that this was going to be a primary that would be held in March. That is now not going to be the case. From my understanding from the powers that be in the Election Commission here in Rutherford and Cannon counties, that it will be a caucus situation. So whomever the governor appoints, then I anticipate that the party would then hold a caucus shortly after that to determine who the candidate would be. That individual will ultimately run in the August election. It is my intention to run for that office.
You are here today in the presence of several other applicants who have impressive credentials and impressive stories. Tell us what sets Michelle Hauser apart from the other applicants here today.
Well, besides the obvious, I'm the only female that is here amongst my peers that are seeking a appointment. I think that brings a different perspective. It doesn't mean it's the right perspective, but I think it brings a different perspective to the bench. I think government works best when the individuals of a community can see themselves in it. Currently, we have 11 judges that serve here in Rutherford and Cannon County. Of those 11 judges, only 2 are female. We have no minorities. That's something that probably in the future we need to look at about making sure that we do have a good, diverse bench. The other thing that I think sets me apart is my life experiences. Because I have worked in the judiciary along with Mr. McCarter, and I have some great stories if you all want to talk to me afterwards.
Pictures too.
Yes, I do. I have some pictures. What I've ultimately learned from all of that is being on one side of the bench and then also being on the other side of the bench is I think I have a well-rounded picture of what would be expected of me should the governor choose me as the next judge here in Rutherford and Cannon counties. I've seen what the hard work is. I've seen the difficulties. I've assisted Judge Ash and Judge Rogers in their roles to the extent that I understand what's expected of a jurist, and I think that's what sets me apart. I do not have the most experience out of my colleagues that are going to be appearing in front of you today. In fact, I kind of joked when I read Mr. Phan's application that it looked like a postgraduate PhD candidate against a kindergartner compared to me because he's been practicing twice as long as I have. But I think that's what sets all of us apart here is our life experiences, what it is that we have gone through in life, and then ultimately our work experiences is ultimately what sets us apart. And I think that's where it sets me apart.
Ms. Hauser, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I tender Ms. Hauser to the other commissioners for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. I appreciate your application. I wanted to follow up just a little bit on one of Mr. Werner's questions about, whether you're going to run or not. Is it your intention to participate in the caucus, or are you going to run in the general election?
Yes, sir. It is my intention to participate in the caucus.
Okay. And I was just curious about that. In terms of your management style, you're managing the company with your documents and your law firm. How would you, one of the things you will have to do as a circuit judge is to a certain degree help manage the judicial system and work with the clerk's offices. How would you describe your management style?
I am definitely not a micromanager. I can tell you that. It has been my position that all of my staff either went to law school, paralegal school, that they have the tools, what's necessary in order to make sure that our firm works to the best of our abilities for our clients. It's no different, I think, when you're on the bench. You have lawyers that are appearing in front of you who've gone to law school. They have their own experiences. And it's certainly not a judge's position to necessarily micromanage those lawyers. They know their cases better than anybody else. It's certainly better than the judge. So it would be my position, to very much the way that I've run my companies, is that I'm going to rely upon everyone to play their role. If somebody's not playing their role, then obviously there's going to be an issue. But as long as everyone's playing their role and doing what they're supposed to do and are doing it effectively, it's my position that I would just simply be a part of that system.
Now, if I were to talk to the clerks, circuit court clerk, the deputy clerks, what would they tell me about you?
Well, that's an interesting thing. I think they would tell you that I'm respectful, that I have a good sense of humor. I will say this, that our circuit court clerk here in Rutherford County, I think that there's a difficulty between she and I, if I'm being honest, because I ultimately helped support her adversary in the last election. I think there's some feelings there that she may have that I certainly recognize and understand that it caused her a little bit of pause when it comes to me. I also was a lawyer with regard to two individuals that were employed by the circuit court clerk who ultimately sued Rutherford County and the circuit court clerk's office. I participated in that particular litigation, which certainly didn't help the other matters much at all. I will say this, I think a lot of the judges mostly are dealing with the deputies in a clerk's office. The clerk is typically overlooking the deputies that are that they have ultimately hired, and it's those deputies that are usually doing the work within the actual courtroom itself. Every once in a while, you'll see the actual clerk themselves appear, but it's typically mostly deputies. As far as the clerk and master, We are very dear friends, and I have a great respect for him. He used to be a magistrate here in Rutherford County in the juvenile court. His style is very similar to that of Judge Ash at times, and so I've really enjoyed seeing him now flourish in his position as our newest clerk and master.
Well, in terms to this friction you feel with the circuit court clerk, how would you try to reconcile that?
I think just sitting down and talking to her. I think that's all. I really think that that's where we have lost a lot of things in COVID, is the ability to communicate with each other, even when we have differences. Just to sit down across the table and say, hey, listen, how can we fix this? That's always been my style. I haven't had the opportunity to do that with her yet because she has to be ready as well. And so hopefully that's how I would handle it in going forward and trying to maintain that the friction ultimately ceases. I would do my best.
Now, for you personally, what do you see as your biggest challenge if you're appointed judge?
Well, I'm a little bit of an overachiever. So that means that I'm going to have to come out of some of the roles that I have played in the past if I am to be appointed to this position. I anticipate that will be a little difficult for me because I want to help people. That's why I became a lawyer. I came into this profession because I want to help people. There are a few of my roles that ultimately will have to go to the wayside. I will no longer be able to run Hauser and Associates. I will no longer be able to have Simply Split Legal. There's some boards that I have served on that I no longer will be able to serve upon. And I think it's going to be a huge adjustment in my family. I'm not only just a wife and a mother, a bonus mom, but I also take care of my elderly mother. And so she lives with me, and I help take care of her. So it's going to be a balance for me, because if I'm not running and going, sometimes I feel like I'm being worthless. And so that's going to be a little difficult for me, I think.
And just one final question. I noticed that you were a Tennessee Tech parent. And you agree with me that Tennessee Tech's the best state university in the state?
Not in this town you want to agree.
Can I plead the
Put her on
fifth?
the spot.
Can I plead the fifth at this
As
point?
a counsel, I would tell you.
Yeah. Thank you so very much for your
Thank you.
application. I've enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hauser, you answered one of my questions, which I thought was the right answer, which is the difficulty of giving some things up when you become a judge. A little bit what I was following up with Mr. Jones. You have, in your answer to question 30 about describing the position, you speak about it being a civil position and the case, the number of cases that are filed. And you also, it's not in here, but I assume, obviously, it's Rutherford and Cannon County. So can you explain to me a little bit how you would approach handling the docket in both of those counties to make sure people have, it's not access to judges, it's access to court, not justice, but judges, courts?
Sure. Well, there's a few things that I envision that we have not implemented here in Rutherford County that I think would be a benefit to not just lawyers, but also the litigants. The way that I would love to practice law is economically not feasible for most people. Trying to go out and find experts and trying to ensure that your client's interests are litigated to the fullest degree can be very, very time-consuming, which translates to money for those individuals. With regard to the pro se litigants, what I would envision is that I would have at least one day a month that I would ultimately allow them to come before the court and present their issues. And then certainly if there were situations to where they needed to be referred to, a different area of the courtroom or a different area of the judicial building, we certainly would do that. That would help those individuals be able to feel like they are being heard. But more importantly, it also doesn't clog up the dockets for those individuals who have hired lawyers, who are paying that good money. Because there is a lot more explaining that has to be done to a pro se litigant. They don't have a law degree. A lot of times they don't understand the process and the implications of some of those processes. So I think that would be one of my desires. The other one that I envisioned that I would implement was something that the late Judge Philip Smith had developed in Davidson County. Is a certificate of readiness. I think one of the difficulties that we have with our court system is that people complain that there are not enough trial dates that are available. Again, I'm not a micromanager. I believe lawyers know their cases better than anyone else. It's not my role as a judge to ensure that a lawyer is prosecuting their case for their client. It's my role to ensure that the law is followed, that the rules are followed, and that ultimately that the court system is working for everyone. So a certificate of readiness would allow the dockets to be opened up quite a bit, because those lawyers could then let me know, okay, we're ready for a trial date. So I anticipate that. And then I will also say what Mr. Jones said. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on him, that I do think that there is room in our civil courts for a mental health court. And we're seeing a lot of that in either mental health and or substance abuse, or both. And so I do think there is room for some adjustment there. But those are the three things that come to my mind immediately.
You mentioned, and this is my last question, I'm just going to follow up because it ties into what you were talking about, certificate of readiness. But you were talking about you're not a micromanager, and as long as everybody is following the rules and doing their job, you won't have a problem. What do you do when the lawyer's not doing his job?
Well, I think that's when you implement a scheduling order. I mean, that's what they're there for. And, you know, I know that there have been situations where a certificate of readiness may be filed by one lawyer but not the other. So if it's not filed by both lawyers, then clearly somebody is at an impasse. I think at that point in time, the lawyer that wanted to implement the certificate of readiness could bring it before the court, ask for a scheduling order, and then the court can implement a scheduling order to make sure that that lawyer was still pressing forward with the client's business.
Thank you, and thank you for your application.
Thank you, sir.
Catching grief from my fellow members over here. We've already discussed, and you heard the questions concerning weaponization of orders of protection. You are in that world. Two prongs. Your philosophy on weaponization and sanctioning lawyers that abuse it, because you're in that area. You know who does and who doesn't. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Certainly. I think this is one of the areas of law that is so very difficult for us to be able to navigate. Certainly, you don't want to diminish someone's experience from a domestic violence standpoint, but we also have to recognize that there are individuals out there that want to weaponize that process. I will be honest with you, that makes me very unhappy when I see that happen, because to me it does diminish those individuals who are truly victims of domestic violence. And so I think as a judge, it would be my job to listen to the facts and to apply the law as it's stated. With regard to sanctions on the attorneys, again, attorneys are advocates for their clients. They're not the individuals that are necessarily responsible for the weaponization of this situation or the order of protection. And so as far as that is concerned, sometimes lawyers are ultimately acting in the best interest of their client based upon the information that they have. And that's the best that they can do. I think the statute does allow that if, after a hearing, the judge can ultimately assess costs against the individual that brought the order of protection if it is determined that that order of protection was brought without good cause. And certainly, I think that needs to be utilized.
There used to be an old practice that some of the judges in the long time past used to practice, and that was, you can't call it woodshedding because that's what we do with our clients, but they sort of helped educate young, old, in-between lawyers, whatever, when they start crossing that line. Is that a practice that you would encourage? Sort of mother them along or whatever?
I don't think I would mother them along, but I do think that I would encourage programs that would allow newer lawyers to have mentors within our bar association. I'm also president of Middle Tennessee Legal Association for Women. We do have one of those programs. You know, I was told when I first went to go appear in front of the Court of Appeals, I was very nervous. And there was another lawyer that was on the other side that was very seasoned lawyer. And he took me aside and he said, look, this is where you're going to sit, and this is where they'll ask you questions, and this is how much time you'll have. And he just walked me through that process. He didn't have to, but he did. And that said a lot to me. I also was chastised once upon a time by a judge because I was being rather harsh with a new lawyer. And this was early on in my career. I was a little bit older than this particular lawyer, or had a little bit more experience than this lawyer, and I was trying to take advantage of that, and Judge Rogers actually was the judge that kind of scolded me and said, listen, you too were in this position at one time, Ms. Hauser. And it was like I had lost my perspective in that moment, and he brought me back down to that perspective to realize that, you know, look, we have to be kind to each other to an extent and still play our roles. It doesn't mean that you're just going to be hateful to somebody. You play your roles, but there's room for kindness.
In looking at your resume, and again, sort of an offshoot of one of the commissioner's questions, judges at some point during the tenure have to be politicians. And in looking at some of the items that you've had in your resume, wouldn't exactly endear you to a portion of a caucus in a certain party. Some of the things, and how do you explain to, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this so that I don't get yelled at by my chairman for being political. How do you explain to some of the more adamant folks that might not understand Oberfeld or may not understand why, if the sheriff is doing something wrong, that you should champion other people's types of positions? And whether I agree or I don't agree with you is irrelevant to me, but if you're in a caucus situation, if that was the situation that happened, how do you get those people to vote for you? Or how do you convince them, well, they've got rights too, why do you want to take them away if you're truly following what you say you're following?
Well,
does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, the legislature didn't call Michelle Hauser when they decided that they were going to make judicial positions be a partisan type of situation. I think in a perfect world, if we were truly being honest with each other, if a judge is supposed to be unbiased and impartial, those elections perhaps should be a impartial type of situation. However, it is not. It's the rule. And we have to follow rules. I can dislike the rule, And there's oftentimes, there are many rules that I dislike. But if I'm going to continue to want to be a public servant, I'm going to have to follow those rules. And the rules of a particular party are something you have to follow if you wish to be elected. And so it is my intention to follow the rules.
Sort of like in my county, I can't be in their primary.
I'm pleading the fifth again, Mr. Lawless.
Understood, and I want you to. Final question, and it's just to discuss it just a little bit, because I'm in sort of the same boat you are, except I've got a few years on you in terms of practice. I've never had a jury come back in 45 years. And God knows how many trials in that whole period. I've had 2 juries go, but they didn't come back because both sides of the lawyers are going, well, we really don't know where this is headed. Let's go away. And we struck a deal, which happens a lot in civil. Tell my other commissioners exactly how you would view that, since my experience is a lot like yours in terms of you haven't had a whole lot of jury trials. How do you overcome it?
How do I overcome it?
Yes.
Well, like I said, I did have the experience of being involved with the jury process. I certainly know what that means and how it's dealt with. I don't think that would be anything that is new to me. However, because I've not tried many jury trials, it certainly will be somewhat of a learning curve, and I expect that. That's why you have your fellow jurists. You go to them and you say, hey, I'm getting ready to have my first jury trial. What are your best tips? Just because you wear that robe doesn't make you the smartest person in the room. You have to sometimes rely upon others to help to educate you and to give you direction about how to handle a situation. But unfortunately, Mr. Lawless, it's the same situation as I said. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of jury trials, and that kind of hurts my heart a little bit, I'll be honest, because I think that for whatever reason, and again, I think it goes back to the way that some of us want to practice law is economically not feasible for a lot of people. And so going through that jury process can be very expensive to even those individuals who are hardworking people who are holding 2 and 3 jobs. That's just where we are in life. So my response to that would be is that that's where you rely upon others who may have had those experiences to help educate me.
Good answer. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Ms. Waller?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't have any questions, but I did want to say thank you for your application.
Thank you. Good morning.
Simply Split Legal. How in the world did you come up with that name?
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember.
Okay.
I was consulting with several individuals in the advertising area as far as like my logo and what I was envisioning, et cetera. And to be frank, I think one of them may have come up with that name. I don't think it was me, at least not that I recollect.
Does it imply a quick divorce or something? Is that
Correct.
Simply Split? Okay.
Correct. I mean, that service is not designed for complex divorces. It's got a 3-tier system. The first is where we have individuals, let's say, and Mr. North, you're very aware of a lot of these situations, where you have individuals, they've been separated for 10 years, they don't have anything between them, they have no minor children, they simply are just wanting a divorce. That's what that service is designed to help, are those individuals. That's the first tier of it. We would ultimately draft those documents for that person. That person would present those documents to their judge for approval, and hopefully they would not have the experience of having to come back time and time again and clogging up that particular judge's docket. The second tier is an intermediary attorney. And that's where, let's say you have 2 individuals that they know they want a divorce. They pretty much understand what they want from this divorce, but maybe they've got a couple of issues that they are at odds with each other. In that situation, and based upon the rules of the Board of Professional Responsibility has put upon us, they would have to sign off that they understand the implications of what an intermediary is and the difference between that intermediary and, say, a mediator. It's very different. We are ultimately giving them, you're giving them the legal advice, but you are also making sure that there are no secrets kept between them. There's no secrets that are being, exchanged on the outside with the intermediary. It's a process to where they can sit down and resolve their problems without having to go before a long jury or trial or in front of the judge, or let's face it, a lot of those divorces end up having children, and they end up being the casualties of a very ugly war. So it's designed to keep that at a minimum. And then our third tier is mediation, where we would have individuals that could have lawyers that could come and use one of our mediators, and they would help them to try to come to an agreement on their own. Most of our judges here are very good at telling people any agreement that you come to with your spouse is going to be better than anything that the judge is going to come up with. You know your children better than anybody else. You know your life better than anyone else. You know your capabilities and your limitations better than anyone else. And it can be pretty frightening if you are going to place that into the hands of a judge who's going to listen to evidence for 7-8 hours and make a lifelong decision. So that's what it's designed to do, Mr. North.
Does that business effectively compete against Hauser and Associates?
It hasn't gotten that far. Like I said, I started this back in 2018 or 19. COVID hit shortly thereafter, so I had to put that business on hiatus during that time. As you probably know, something about the COVID virus ultimately caused divorces to go through the roof. I don't know if it's because people were camped at home for 9 months with each other and realized they just really didn't like each other that much. But Hauser and Associates just took off significantly to where I had to hire new staff, et cetera. I didn't feel like I could give my all to both entities, so I put Simply Split Legal on a hiatus. Earlier this year, I turned 55 this year, so I'm starting to look towards those retirement years, and I thought about upping that entity. I did, but I didn't get very far because then Judge Rogers announced his retirement, and so just when I think I know what I'm doing in my life, God has a way of telling me, yeah, you think so. So I changed gears and wanted to seek the judiciary. If this doesn't work out, then I'll go back to what I was doing. It's okay.
Going back to Simply Split, so I'm a pro se litigant. I don't necessarily want to hire an attorney, but I come to Simply Split and you prepare for me the complaint and the parenting plan and the MDA and perhaps the final decree?
That's correct. In fact, the final decree is really important. Here in the 16th Judicial District some time ago, that's one of the problems that pro se litigants have, is that they come before the judge, they've got their marital dissolution agreement, they've got their parenting plan. What they didn't bring with them was their final decree because they didn't realize they needed it. Last year, I believe, is when this took place. They issued show causes to all of those pro se litigants who had not filed their final decree and that their paperwork was still sitting in limbo because it couldn't be finalized. A lot of those individuals ignored that show cause, and those divorces were dismissed. So you do have people that are out there that are probably thinking they're divorced and ultimately are not because they didn't submit the appropriate paperwork.
Perhaps they're even remarried at this point?
Absolutely.
What's bigamy count?
I see that you're a ruling elder of the Presbyterian Church here.
I am.
I assume that's not a PCA church, Church of America?
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yes. PCUSA.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is PCA. Whatever reason, women ruling elders are not permitted. So.
I didn't grow up Presbyterian. I actually grew up Baptist. So they had a lot of some of those very same similar ideas. At Liberty University, even, women could not serve in certain roles, but, you know, the PCUSA takes a different position than the PCA.
Well, thank you for your participation, and thank you for your time here today.
Thank you, Mr. North.
I really just have a couple questions. Thank you for your application. You mentioned learning curves. I noticed that you had the predominant, and you mentioned this in your opening remarks, that the predominant practice areas are domestic. Do you feel like since this position will have more, you know, it'll be a more wider variety, do you feel comfortable taking that on or addressing that kind of learning curve on day one?
Absolutely. I do think it's going to involve a variety of types of cases. I don't think it's all going to be domestic. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. Again, in that learning curve, when you put on that black robe, that doesn't make you the smartest person in the room. It just means that you're there to make the decisions. So you have to go to individuals that may have a more efficient understanding of a particular area of law. We all can't cover it. In fact, I think that's one of the things as we've gone on in the legal field is that trying to navigate what used to be where we would put out a shingle and we would take anything that came through the room or through the front door, we would take that case on. Now, because the law changes so quickly and has now become so much more diverse, I think that's pretty difficult to do. I do have some experience early on in my career that I can rely upon, but if it comes down to it and it's just something I just don't understand, I'm going to read a lot. I'm going to rely upon my other jurists that may have expertise in that particular field. And then really, I'm going to rely upon the lawyers to educate me. That's what they're there to do, is to help educate the judge as to, you know, why their position should be most favored in light of the law.
Well, this is kind of the law. I asked this question earlier, and I'll make it two-part. One, do you, after your culinary business, do you still enjoy cooking? And two, what do you like to do for fun?
Oh, I do enjoy cooking. In fact, there's a group of us that we often go on vacation together every year. I'm convinced that the only reason they continue to invite me and my husband is because we do all the cooking. Seriously, I enjoy gardening. I take care of my 76-year-old mother, who is an absolute joy most of the time. I also work with my sister in that regard. She also stays with my sister some throughout the year. We kind of alternate that role. I enjoy my gardening. I enjoy my dogs and my cats. And I live out in the country. I live out in the middle of nowhere, and I absolutely love that. Being out in the middle of nature, there's something about that is just a catharsis like nothing else that you could find. And so that's what I like to do in my spare time, and travel.
I used to think I wanted to be a chef, but I just realized I just like to eat. So I don't think that would be a good choice for me. Well, thank you for your application, and I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hauser, for your application. Just a couple brief questions. Tennessee's a death penalty state, as you know. I want to get an idea about how you feel about the death penalty, both personally and professionally, or it may be the same.
It is the same in some respects, but it's different in others. I have absolutely no opposition to the death penalty itself. I think there are certain circumstances wherein the death penalty is warranted. There are other instances where I don't believe it is warranted. What I think a lot of people don't understand, and this is again what I was able to take away when I was working for the judges, Judge Rogers and Judge Ash, is the cost to the taxpayers of the state of Tennessee with regard to death penalty cases. I was absolutely astounded. We had Judge Ash had several death penalty cases that General Weitzel, who spoke before you before, tried, and the bills that came across my desk were absolutely astounding as to the cost to the taxpayer. So from a professional and personal position, I think that I'm definitely for the use of it, but I also think you need to use it where it's most wise. Not every case is a death penalty case, and if you're going to use those type of resources, we need to be sure that we're using those resources for the cases that truly deserve that penalty.
But as a judge, certainly you would enforce the law on that.
I don't think I have a choice. When you're a judge, you have to follow the rules and the laws. That's what we're there to do. Whether we like them, dislike them, most of the time the legislature's not calling us as jurists and as lawyers to be able to assist them in that way. If that's the law, that's the way it'll be enforced.
Thank you. One final question. It would be rare here in Rutherford County because I know you have a strong magistrate system. But let's say that there was an exigent circumstance early on a Sunday morning, and for some reason you're the only person that a couple of narcotics detectives could get a hold of. And it's 3:30 in the morning and it's big. How would you handle that if they needed a warrant and woke you up in the middle of the night?
Well, Mr. Perkey, I'm going to tell you that more than likely, if I were to be appointed to this position, I'd be one of the first ones they call because my husband is a law enforcement officer. So they certainly would have access to me in a lot of ways that maybe some others would not. I would have absolutely no problem with that. When you are called to serve as a public servant, you serve 24/7. That's just the way that it is. If you're accepting the call, you have to accept it all. And so I would have absolutely no problem with that. Now, I may need a couple of cups of coffee so I can, pretend that I'm coherent at least to a certain extent, because I'm not a morning person, but I certainly would allow those detectives who out there and are putting their lives on the line for me, they certainly don't see that as a hindrance, and they certainly go and do. I need to do it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just had 2 or 3 quick follow-up questions, if you don't mind. And the first one, this is just really out of curiosity. Based on your experience, we know there are occasions where orders of protection are, I have to give a percentage to it. Meritorious, non-meritorious. Is it 50, 25, 90, 10?
I would say probably, and this is very sad to say, but it's a 60-40 where they're being abused.
That would certainly dictate a different response than if it was 90-10.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you for telling me that. You're in an interesting judicial district with practice both counties, and without, I don't want you to make any negative comparisons. What's different about the two? What goes on here that doesn't go on up there and vice versa? What would you do different?
Maybe it's the old school in me, but the way that our cases are docketed here in Rutherford and Cannon counties are very different than most other counties. Instead of calling a clerk or a docketing clerk, you actually call the judges' offices themselves, and then they give you whatever dates that you need for motions or trials. I think that can be confusing to lawyers. It can be frustrating, I think, at points. Because especially when you get 4 or 5 lawyers that are on a case, I mean, trying to get them all to agree on one date is like trying to herd geese. I mean, it's just very difficult to do. So if you had a docketing clerk, I would probably encourage that practice. I do know that our judiciary meets every year, and they ultimately make decisions about how it's going to run, and you have a presiding judge, et cetera. And that would be something that I certainly would present to them. I just think it makes it easier, not just on us as lawyers, but also on pro se litigants who don't understand that they're supposed to be calling the judge's office or sending an email to the judge's office to get those dates.
Just again, out of curiosity, where on the road to perfection are you all on e-filing and digitizing records?
Well, we have the Chancery Court, who is already e-file, has been for quite some time. At first, I am not going to lie. I think if Mr. Bratcher were here, he was our clerk and master at the time, he would tell you that I absolutely hated it. But I warmed up to it. As time has gone on, I definitely see its benefit. Our circuit court clerk is in the process of trying to implement e-filing, but obviously she has a large task in front of her because it's not just the circuit court, it's the general sessions court, it's the juvenile court. So she's working towards that, that endeavor, but we're not quite there yet. When I go to some of these smaller counties, I still am amazed, including Cannon County, that they don't have those capabilities and they're still using a fax machine. I wanted to get rid of my fax line for the longest time, but I won't do it just for that reason, because I do appear all over the state of Tennessee, and I want to be sure that I have access to those clerks.
The repeatedly talked about pro se litigants from the vantage point of representing them, but change the role a little bit now, and you are now a judge, and you've got a pro se litigant appearing in front of you against the how would you define striking the balance between help and helping too much?
I've been in that situation where I've been the lawyer that was trying to represent my client and a pro se litigant on the other side, and so I can see how the balance can at times be difficult. But if you choose to represent yourself in a court of law, that's a choice. And there's always consequences to every choice that we make in life, from the time we get up in the morning to the time we go to bed at night. If that individual chooses to represent themselves, I'm going to hold them to the same standard that I am going to the lawyer. We have rules and laws for a reason, and that's so the playing field is even. I don't think it's fair if a judge is ultimately giving extra help to a pro se litigant that perhaps the lawyer would not have that particular advantage. So that would be my position.
Then one final question. I wrote down your answer to an earlier question, and I think I've got the quote right here. You said, if they're not playing their role, there will be an issue. What's that issue going to look like? Solving that issue going to look like?
Well, again, like I said, if they're not playing their role and they're not doing what their client, if they're not moving that case forward, I think that is the instance where a scheduling order is incredibly helpful to everyone, because again, it puts everyone on the same page. I don't want to implement scheduling orders for the sake of implementing scheduling orders, because again, lawyers know their cases better than anyone else. I know I sound like a broken record on that, but I truly believe that. If a lawyer comes to me and says, you know, I need a scheduling order because I'm ready to go to trial and this individual is not ready to go to trial, then I'm probably just going to say, okay, let's go ahead and file an order, or let's go ahead and file your motion for a scheduling order, and we'll certainly at that point in time kind of see where the case is, and then, you know, just kind of help counsel move their cases forward. Because, you know, the old saying is very true, is that, you know, access to justice denied is access to justice at all.
Change the circumstance a little bit. We're not talking about pretrial. We're talking about conduct in the courtroom. Somebody's not playing their role, there will be an issue. How are you going to identify that issue, and how are you going to?
I guess maybe when I said that there's going to be an issue, I was meaning from the pretrial standpoint. During a trial, everybody has to play by the same rules. That's just the way it is. I mean, again, and it's what levels the playing field. Everyone has to play by the same rules. And so if there is a lawyer that is perhaps against a pro se litigant, and they are putting forth evidence, perhaps maybe that would not be admitted under any other circumstance. If there's not an objection from the pro se litigant because they've chosen to represent themselves, my role is going to be very limited as that respect. But if it gets to the point where it's abusive, then I think the judge has a duty to say to that lawyer, now under the rules of evidence, would this be admissible if it became up to the point that it was abusive to the other person?
Thank you for your application and for your candid answers today. We appreciate it. Now reach 10 after 12, so shall we break until 1 o'clock?
Mr. Lawless has answered yes.
We will resume after, at 1 o'clock.
Thank you all so much for your time.
The commission will come back to order. Again, let me remind everyone, as I have been reminded, that the microphone is your friend. So pull the microphone close so everyone can hear you. We have a full commission, so Mr. Howard, welcome. Please come to the podium. And I believe Ms. Waters is going to begin the conversation.
You are correct. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning. Or, well, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
We are going to go ahead and just jump right in. Tell us about yourself. What things other than what's on your application?
Okay. My name's Derek Howard. I've been practicing law here in Murfreesboro about 19 years. I told Mr. Grauberger, he and I graduated together, that I kind of feel like I'm standing up to brief a con law class almost 20 years ago. Hopefully I know a little more now than I did then. Married to Jill. We have 2 boys. Jill's in the back. She's got some patients to see today. We've been in our house out there about 20 years. I live out by the castles off of 840. I was born in Savannah, Tennessee, grew up with Mr. McCarter till they moved off, played baseball with Mr. McCarter, started that competitive edge, I guess, with him young. And the blessing of that is when I did get my law license, the first trial I had was against Mr. McCarter. So it wasn't too scary at that point. My mom was the secretary to the superintendent of schools in Hardin County. She did that for 44 years. My dad sold life insurance with Liberty National Life Insurance for 42 years. I grew up playing baseball, loved playing baseball. That's all I really ever wanted to do. I was one of those kids, I was thinking about it. I don't remember a guidance counselor ever actually talking to me about what I was going to do when I got out of high school. I think it was just implied I was going to go to work somewhere, and that would be it. My mom worked for the Board of Education. She knew the value of having a degree, so she started pushing me towards college. I did my first year at a little community college in Boonville, Mississippi, and I went there because I thought I was going to play baseball as a walk-on, and I was wrong about that too. So I spent my first year there. The thing to get here today, I was a licensed insurance agent at one point, sold cars, sold real estate, worked on a bridge crew, built mobile homes for a year in a factory in Savannah. I installed HVAC units all over, I believe it was Mr. Weiner that called it the flatlands over there, all over the Hardin County, McNairy, Henderson County area. Started my practice here in 2004. I'm one of those people that when I got out of law school, I wanted to be a trial lawyer. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to try cases. And it took me about 6 months to figure out how difficult it is to actually get a case to trial nowadays. I think I settled on 12 that I know for sure, criminal jury trials ranging from murder, drug cases. I think I tried our first jury trial in our new courthouse here in 18. It was a 3-day methamphetamine drug jury trial, which also had to be translated into Spanish, and I'm sure you all know that takes an extra day on just the 2 that you're putting in on putting your proof in. I've coached baseball here in Rutherford County probably 10, 12 years. My boys are old enough now that I've got one who's a senior here at Central Magnet playing baseball, looking for college, and I've got one who's a freshman playing baseball at Stewart's Creek High School. That, as you would say, and when you put in travel ball, that's pretty much where all my free time goes, between running a practice and being a driver for a couple of baseball players.
You talked about your path and it's a very interesting and almost a non-traditional path. You took some time off from school, built mobile homes, did some other things. I think you built bridges. Why did you decide to finish your education and eventually attend law school? Like, what made you want to go to law school?
Well, let's see. My second semester at Booneville, Mississippi, I got stopped at a roadblock charged with DUI. And my parents had hired an attorney to represent me. And it was a lot of money for my family. But when it came down to the trial, and there were 3 or 4 back-to-back jury trials, or back-to-back bench trials at that point. But I watched all these lawyers get up and advocate on behalf of their clients. And I watched mine do the same. And these trials were 45 minutes tops. They weren't what I see today. But we get to the end of that process, and when my client sat down, that's when I really realized, and probably had my first lawyer thought, I think I could make a better argument than that fella did. Now, from that point forward, the die was set. I knew what I wanted to do. It was making it happen. Okay, so I took some time off, spent a year after that building bridges with Rutledge Construction out of Tupelo, Mississippi. Moved back to Savannah, spent a year working at Clayton Mobile Homes, building mobile homes and saving money. And then, of course, my mom, I said, hey, Mom, I'm thinking about going back to college. Just before I knew it, she's like, I've got you an application, University of North Alabama, and we can get you signed up. I said, all right, let's do it. So within probably 10 or 12 days of telling her that, I had packed and moved to Florence, Alabama. Didn't know a soul down there, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I wanted to go to law school. And so I took 19 hours fall semester, 19 hours spring semester, a couple classes through the summer, 21 hours fall semester, 21 hours spring semester, all to graduate. With my goal was to go to Memphis to law school at that point. Now, ultimately what happened was, because I had to have that one last credit in a June course, they couldn't do the acceptance until July 1st when they got an official transcript. That official transcript never got sent from University of North Alabama to Memphis, so when I call over there wanting to know when I can move and start school, the answer was, well, we can't take you because we've closed that class out. Spent a year installing HVAC units, and then made the decision, you know what, I'm going to Nashville School of Law. Moved up here, applied, moved up here, got a job selling cars within the first couple of weeks. A few months later, got a job working with the State Attorney General's office and stayed there all the way through law school. And absolutely loved that job. It touched on a little bit of everything all across the state from one side to the other, and did that up until I graduated. When I graduated, they had positions at the AG's office open in the tax division. And that, to me, was about as far from being a trial lawyer as you could be, so I didn't want to do that. And that kind of leads me up to here. Each time I would quit, I'd save some money up to go back. I worked full-time while I was at UNA, worked full-time while I was at Nashville School of Law, always working towards that goal. Didn't know if I could achieve it, but that's what I was going to do one way or another. And kept moving forward until I got to where I wanted to be with it.
You answered one of the questions, and you said that your goal early on in your career was to try as many cases as possible. And I believe I asked you if that was your goal back then because you wanted to have the experience for this opportunity, and you said not really, you just wanted to try as many cases as possible.
I really wanted to be a trial lawyer. That's what I wanted to focus on. And even now, it's still a passion for me. But, and I think I talked to you about this, I've tried the 10-day murder trial. Bill Weitzel's last case, he stayed on just to try against me, and it was 8 or 9 days. I've tried those cases. I've tried the rape cases. I've tried the drug cases. I just feel like it's a natural progression for me to be able to put that trial experience to use in a trial court judge position.
Let's talk about the complaint that was filed against you, I think in 2004. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
That was filed in 21, 20 or 21. It was a
I'm sorry, you're correct, you're correct.
It was a situation where COVID had just hit. In fact, this gentleman was the son of the gentleman that Mr. Weitzel had tried against me a few years earlier. So I knew the young man. He had a friend call to hire me to represent him on a case here in Murfreesboro. I said, I'll take the case. He was in jail at that point. COVID lockdown started. You couldn't go into the jail. You couldn't schedule appointments with inmates. I ended up going to court for him here a total of, I think, 5 or 6 times. And then find out he's also got charges in Murray County, Williamson County, and Davidson County. We discussed me being the attorney to wrap all of those together. Ultimately, what happened was the party who was paying was not happy with the idea that his friend may have served more jail time than what they had originally anticipated. I had put so much time into that case, I decided that I was not going to refund his money, and he filed the bar complaint shortly after that. His allegations in the bar complaint are not what I agreed to when we resolved it. I think it was an informal reprimand that I agreed to. The basis of that was twofold. I did not have a contract with my client, or that my client had signed, and I did not have, in effect, it's twofold, the client's consent to represent him in that matter. The allegations that were made by the complainant were not supported. I did not refund his money, but that's the gist of that complaint.
Okay, thank you. If you aren't selected by the governor, what are your professional goals going forward?
If I were to be selected by the governor to take this position, I would want to step into it with the idea that I'm learning how to be a judge. My goal, and it's my goal in everything that I try to do, is to be the best at what I do. I want to be the best judge that Rutherford County can have in that position, whether it's working with the clerk's offices to improve coordinating court dates, trial dates, motions, or one of the other things that possibly could happen would be step over and ask the other judges, hey, can I hear something for you? Is there something I can do to be of assistance moving forward? Excellence is a step-by-step, unachievable goal, in my opinion, but it's something worth striving for every day.
So that's if you are selected. What if you're not selected? Then what are your professional goals going forward?
If not selected, I will run for this position next year when the time comes. If lose that election, I'm going to go on trying to be the best trial lawyer in Rutherford County. And that's a bold statement when you're comparing yourself with Mr. Fan back there, but you know, it's something that I want to work towards.
Yeah, one of the questions that we discussed was, will you uphold the law even if you disagree? And we talked about the statute that allows officers to, if they suspect someone's under the influence, and they can confiscate their weapons. And so can you talk about that particular case and why you disagree with that statute?
Sure. I I typically would not have put an example in that answer.
I'm glad you did.
But the reason I did that, throughout my practice, I have always offered to the general sessions judges, if I'm here and you need something done, a preliminary hearing, anything along those lines, let me know. I'm happy to do it. This was a situation where I was called up on 20 minutes before the hearing, and they said, hey, we need an attorney to do this preliminary hearing. Will you represent one of these co-defendants? And I said, sure. Well, we get into it, and as I'm reading through that statute, I think that can't be right. There's no backside to this statute that requires any burden of proof. And as I look at it, we're going through this hearing, there's no back end where the judge can say, hey, how are you going to show me that this person was under the influence? So having been a criminal trial lawyer all these years, I see lots of area for that to, one, be abused, or two, be misapplied. If you and I were having dinner and someone spilled beer on one of us and they found a firearm on us, or we were stopped and they took a firearm, they seized that firearm, there's really no way for us to get it back and no way for us to prove that we weren't under the influence short of going to take a drug screen or a blood draw right then. I'm an avid outdoorsman, hunt and fish. I raised both my boys to hunt and fish, and I have problems when it comes to time to take somebody's firearm, but there's not the ramification or possibility of having it returned. That's why I put that example in there. 100 others popped in my head as I sat down to write that.
I appreciate you for putting that in there.
And I will say this, I did argue in front of that general sessions judge, you're going to keep this fella's gun, but there's no way for him to get it back. And the answer was, yeah, that's what the law says. So I get it. I'll uphold it. I don't like it, but that's not what the job is. The job's to uphold the law.
So you've talked about your boys and how involved you are with baseball, travel baseball, and that's a big part of your life. And what does your family think about you running for this position?
Oh, you know how it is with teenagers. One day it's the greatest thing ever, and the next day, you know. So I think what they're afraid of is when it's time to hit the campaign trail, they're going to be out putting signs up, knocking on doors, doing all the work that I can get them to. Jacob and Ethan are excited. They like the idea of me being appointed to the trial court position. Jill, of course, supported me 20 years, and she loves the idea of me moving on to a different age of my career, so to speak. So I got 110% support behind me on this.
That's fantastic. My last question, you and I talked about this when we met, and I thought it was interesting that it came up almost at the end of our conversation, and it's about this accident that you had that almost took your leg. And through the course of you talking to me about this story, it just was amazing to me that you overcame so many obstacles and you just persevered, and I think that speaks to your character and to your determination to finish what you started, right?
Thank
so
you.
Can you tell the rest of my colleagues about that accident?
I know Mr. Catron takes the blame on that. I remember him saying cut that limb, but I'm pretty sure I had it in my head to do that anyway. I was 10, 12 foot up, had the limb ready to cut, fall away from me, and of course, the inherent nature of it. The limb breaks, comes towards me in the chainsaw. I jumped through the chainsaw. When I landed, had a compound fracture of the tibia, fibula, and a pilon fracture of the ankle. My oldest son, who was 10 at the time, he and I tied the bones in with a bandana I had in my pocket. You know, the surgeon that treated me originally told me, he said, this is a life-changing event. I didn't realize how much of a life-changing event that was. So from July of 16 until March of 18, I was non-weight bearing on my right leg. Throughout that process, I know the medical malpractice lawyers are going to love this, and the insurance and all of us, but throughout the process, my surgeon neglected a wound that was staph infection. And I really liked the guy, and so when I'd go see him each month and he looks at this wound on my leg and says, I'm not worried about it, Derek wasn't worried about it either. So I did that October, November, December, January. Finally, my wife, in the scrubs back there, said, you've got to go have this looked at. And I come out here to the wound care clinic, and they said, oh, it's staph. All that metal's got to come out. So all the metal came out a month or two later. He released me to walk, but the staph had already eaten through my tibia completely, so my leg broke again. Went back that day, got an x-ray, met a nice new surgeon, and in 10 minutes she wanted to cut my leg off. At which time I said, I think I'm going to need a second opinion on this. Ultimately, Mr. Catron, my wife, and my surgeon convinced me to cut my leg off. I thought about doing it, went on, and I thought, well, there's got to be something short of that. And she finally, bless her heart, hooked me up with a car salesman who said, she's fused both my ankles. You can't walk up and down steps. You can't walk up and down hills, but I can play golf and I walk around a car lot. I said, doctor, I want to go with his approach on it. If that doesn't work, cut my leg off. So she did that. That was 20 some odd weeks non-weight bearing there. In fact, I tried a 7-day aggravated rape, incest, something else, multiple count jury trial on a knee scooter. I could move it around in the little courtroom, but it was quite unique. Thankfully, I had help. Everybody would carry my stuff for me. Mr. Guy Dotson Jr. had one of the co-defendants, and so he'd help me tote my stuff back and forth to court. But I don't know if it was sympathy or if it was just good lawyering, but we did get a hung jury on that one and, and finish it right there. So I say all that to say, I'm going to sit down and give up person. I'm going to keep going until it's done and done correctly. And that's kind of my approach to everything.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your application, and I did enjoy our conversation.
I did too. Thank you.
I have no more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry we have to rebuild the dais every time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Howard, thank you for your application. And just a couple of questions. You heard me ask this earlier. Tennessee's a death penalty state. I'm interested in what your view is about the death penalty, both professionally and personally.
Professionally speaking, I support the death penalty. I support its use. Personally speaking, same thing, I would support it. The death penalty is one of those issues where we've got to be 100% positive, but once we are, I'm good with using it. I think that it's appropriate in some situations, and don't have a problem upholding that or supporting that.
Just one more question. Let me play off my colleague who just questioned you, one of her line of questionings. If you're on the bench and there's a particular statute that you just disagree with, and on a practical basis, it's not working, how would you handle that situation? As a sitting judge, would you publicly try to address that? Would you try to meet with your legislators? Tell me how you would deal. If you do anything, how would you deal with it?
If it's a statute that I'm seeing on a frequent or regular basis, I don't think the public is the place to air that I would disagree with the statute. The judge's role is to uphold the statute. If I thought it needed to be changed, language needed to be added, subtracted, I would reach out to my legislatures and start working that direction with it. But this position that I've applied for is not one where you want to air any public grievances with a statute or not uphold the law as it's written. It might not be applied the way they intended it, but it's what's written, and it is the law, and it's got to be upheld.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. One observation that I have, I think you are a survivor. I don't think you're a quitter.
Well, thank you.
I admire the way you recovered from what had to be a terribly traumatic tragedy in your life, and that says a lot about you, and I've enjoyed interacting with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Waters?
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but we already covered that ground. Good afternoon. I had a question on your application. I did notice that on the reference section, there were 2 names that had been whited out. It seemed a little irregular to me. I just wanted to see if you had an explanation.
Thankfully, Mr. Jefferson caught me as I was turning it in. When I read that question and filled it out, I made the decision to apply for this position within 2 or 3 days of the deadline, was when I ultimately decided. And when I read that question, I read, who's somebody that can recommend you? And I thought, well, I practiced law in front of these 2 judges for a long time, and put their names on that list. And when I got downtown is when he's like, are you sure about this? And I thought, well, let me tell you what I'm thinking. And then once he explained to me, that's when I said, white those names out. I don't want to bring them into this at all. So that's why they were whited out.
Okay, just making sure. I was just kind of curious.
This is a good question, though.
Yeah.
I would.
On your practice areas, I know I believe you said most of it's criminal and then domestic work. Do you have any transactional or business background?
Not a lot. When I opened my practice as a sole practitioner in 2004, I started out doing a lot of real estate work. As my criminal practice grew, it just naturally subsided to the point where I had to focus on one or the other, and I chose criminal work. Haven't done much transactional work at all since then.
Yeah, I was just curious. Last question I've got, and this shows my ignorance a little bit, is it says that on one of your associations that you're a Knights Templar. Can you kind of explain what that is?
Okay, the Knights Templar is an appendant organization of the Masonic Lodge in the state of Tennessee. The Masonic Lodge traces its history back to Middle Ages, Europe, in the state of Tennessee, as in any state in the U.S., I suppose. You have the Blue Lodge, which most people are familiar with, the Masonic Lodge. There are 3 degrees of the Blue Lodge: entered apprentice, Master Mason, and let's see, EA, Master Mason. You can tell it's been a while since I've been. Once you become a Master Mason, though, you can become a Knights Templar and a Shriner. They're not necessarily in the same lineage, but I have gone through the Knights Templar invocations. It's really neat, really historical. I have not done the Shriners yet because I hadn't had time to do it. But it's one of those things where I was growing up in rural Hardin County, Tennessee. My great-granddad was a Mason. My granddad and his brothers were Masons. My dad and his brothers were Masons. Myself and my brother are Masons. And hopefully, I've got 2 sons. When they get old enough, they will be Masons.
Well, I appreciate your application and appreciate you being in front of us today.
Thank you.
No further questions.
North?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was going to ask you whether your building bridges was literal or figurative, but I think I understand now what the answer is. But tell me this, what is Dean Koch's rigorous writing program?
Is that your rigorous writing program? It is, I really like it. And not that I won an award from him, but I really like that program. And what it is it's teaching these, and I'm sure I'm not going to give you as good an answer as Dean Koch would, but these students have an allotted amount of time to identify an issue that they're interested in, start doing some of the research on that issue. I advocate my students, hey, pick a side argue it one way or another, whether or not it's right or wrong. Most of the time, that's what they've done. I had an interesting student, I think it was year before last, that the only authority he could find to support his position was a law review article that you had written, or that Dean Koch had written, and that it really hadn't been addressed in Tennessee courts. So I learn, honestly, as much as they do, because they find these niches of the law that I have not even considered. My last student was writing on timeshares in Tennessee and whether or not it would violate restrictive covenants in certain neighborhoods. Never occurred to me. She did an excellent job with that, but it's taken it from the initial concept to a final written document that both covers the history, the analysis of the law, both in Tennessee and wherever else they may find it to support their position, and then have them make an argument after that. I think it's an excellent program. I've enjoyed being involved with it.
Is there a time limit or time constraint on it? What's the rigorous part of it, I guess?
Oh,
because
it's
frankly,
16 months, isn't it? It's 12. I see them about every 60 days. They will come in and they will have made so much progress on the next step of getting this written. Generally, the first step is pick your topic and then come up with an outline, then start your research, and then a rough draft of your paper, and then what they will call their final draft they'll send to me for review before finally being submitted to the school. I think I've only had one student that I had to do through Zoom, but most of the rest of them would come to the office. We'd sit down, go over their issues, talk about their case law, their supporting documentation, their paper. I think it's been an excellent program for the school.
How long you been doing it?
Beth called me 4 or 5 years ago, I think. Because they don't run through the calendar year, so I kind of get them mixed up. You jump class classifications on them. Some will be 3L, some will be 4.
Mr. Howard, I appreciate you participating in this process, and that's all I have.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've been waiting for Mr. Lawless. I know he's got...
Weaponization from the criminal, from more, not the domestic side.
And that's one of the areas where when I'm hired by an attorney or hired by a client to be their attorney on these OPs, I go in and tell them, look, I'm a big Second Amendment guy. Here's what you're looking at. There's federal statute that will prohibit you from owning or possessing a firearm. There are Tennessee statutes that's going to prevent you from owning or possessing a firearm. You have to transfer or dispose any firearms in your possession. Now, if what you're telling me is truly what happened, we're going to go in and fight this, and we're going to fight it until we get the outcome we want. But if there's any middle ground there, I need to know about it now, because there's other resolutions that we could be looking at. I see it a lot where the key phrase that you see in all these warrants and all of these OPs is fear for my safety or fear for my life. Once that's in there, it's almost a rubber stamp. And I think it was Ms. Hauser who nailed it. Who wants to be the judge that dismisses one and then something bad really happened? I would agree with the assessment that in our OP courts, it's probably 60-40. Of course, all of my clients are innocent, so that's the easy way I can tell from my side. Yeah, weaponization every day. Now, I don't see it in situations where you have a lot of lawyers go in and to have one taken in a malicious fashion. I would certainly call someone out on that. And it's not an in-court thing, but it's a, hey, I'm going to catch you walking out of the courtroom thing. you're kind of pushing your luck with this ex parte. And the reason being, and Ms. Hauser covered it, you can't go home. You got to pay all the bills there. You can't see your children. If your work items, you know, I've had a lot of contractors and blue-collar clients whose all of their equipment, their trailers, their trucks, all of their equipment's at their house. They can't go back to their house without a sheriff's deputy, and you get 10 minutes. And the strongest allegation in a warrant is, I was in fear for my safety. So I do see that. It is an issue. One of the things that I would consider as trial judge would be hear that docket and have a lot more hearings on those cases. I know we do it 2 or 3 days a week now, but they probably only end up having 2 or 3 hearings out of 35, 40 couples in there. I think if you had more hearings and could show we're looking for the legitimate victims, then that should reduce, in my eyes, the number of malicious or frivolous claims.
Social media.
Social media, I have Facebook and Instagram. I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff that I don't know about. I don't post a whole lot of stuff. I think the last thing I posted was a picture of my 15-year-old in front of the DMV. No, I take that back. We were playing a baseball tournament at UT, and he was on UT's field about a month ago, and I did post a picture of him standing at home plate with the tee. Baseball is what you get out of my social media. I've got Twitter, but that's only because apparently baseball coaches think that's the only way to communicate with their players now. I detest Twitter. I would delete it right now if I could. I think I've stumped you.
No.
Just making sure.
Well, we've talked enough and we've gone through it. I don't want to make it too easy on you, so I'm going to leave you be. And I'm going to pass it over to here.
All right.
He's going to ask the hard questions.
Okay.
So, first thing, I want to congratulate you for being Mentor of the Year. I've mentored a couple of years. I guess my letter's lost somewhere for honorable. But it's, somebody's got to win. So I didn't even know you did that, Justice Cook. So, but it is a very good program.
Well, in all fairness, I didn't know he did that either until Miss McDonald called one day and said, "Hey, I'm sending you your mentor letter." So,
well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have a lot of jury trial experience as a criminal judge in criminal court. This, I understand, is a civil case, a civil position. Now, I don't know if that's just historically or is it designated in for some formal way. I heard something about annually they get together and talk about how they're going to do things.
Right.
Is this position dedicated as a civil, or is it that's how it's been done by your predecessor?
It is right now dedicated as a civil position, meaning Judge Rogers handles a large majority of the domestic cases. I do think there's the ability for med-mal cases to be tried in his court, but predominantly civil. I don't see any crossover with the criminal aspect of it, unless it were a situation, like I said, if I were appointed, where I could go in and say, "Hey, Judge Turner, if you've got something I can hear for you, I'm happy to do that."
Okay, so what would you think is the biggest learning curve for you moving to doing civil work and not criminal work at all as a judge?
Well, I've done enough civil work and civil trials that I think the transition would be the reason, and I'll be honest with you, the reason I've done so much domestic relations work over the years is because that's the only place I could get trials. I'd have to get in front of a judge to have a trial. I could get 3 or 4 of those a year as opposed to one jury trial in a criminal court. The transition, the biggest learning curve is how am I going to coordinate with the clerk's office, with how am I going to have attorneys getting these court dates and working into my calendar. There are some areas of the law that, quite candidly, I'm going to have to go back and reread and restudy. to make sure that I'm abreast of what the current status of the law is in Tennessee. I'm comfortable in a courtroom. I'm comfortable in maintaining balance between parties and a demeanor of, I'm probably one of the most laid-back people you'll ever meet, so if you can't get along with me, we've got problems. And if it comes down to a point where you can't get along with me, security's probably going to help you at that point. But I don't see that happening. There's areas that I would need to rework to be fully up to speed in that position.
And finally, I've asked others, but what would you have to give up if you took the bench? It doesn't sound like you have to give maybe travel ball up, maybe, but what would you have to give up? Yeah.
It's going to cut into my travel ball baseball time. But I've talked to both the boys about it. They understand that. Judge Rogers announced his retirement, and quite honestly, my plan was to run for his position in 2030, which would be the next election. And so here, I'm only 7 years early on trying to do that. But my oldest son, this is his last year of baseball in high school. He'll be going to college. My youngest son is old enough to, he'll be driving by the time baseball season starts. So if I could get to the tail end of the games, I'll be all right, as long as I can say I saw a little bit of it. I'm going to have to give that up. I'm going to have to stop starting all these projects at my house. I started out to put one floodlight in on one side of my garage, and so far I've cleaned out the entire top of my garage, reran the wires to all the floodlights in the rest of the house, and I still hadn't got that one light done. So I'm going to have to get that one light done and stop.
Well, thank you for your application. I really appreciate it. Well, I'll go ahead and take the moment. This only works. This commission only works if people apply and really quality, and so grateful for people putting themselves in this position. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon.
Your comments about your recent trial involving, I think your client was Hispanic.
Yes.
Got me to thinking. Share with us your thoughts about how the judiciary needs to meet the challenges of a more diverse litigants.
I was in court 2 weeks ago, and they were trying to find a translator for a dialect out of southern Africa, and I don't remember what specifically the dialect was, but there was not a translator in the state of Tennessee. So that's an issue, because you don't have these court-certified translators available, and then you find yourself putting a layperson in the position of translating word for word. Rutherford County, by way of example, we have 2 dedicated Spanish translators, and then work with the AOC to pull in translators of other languages as we need them. 30% probably of our general sessions criminal cases are maybe Hispanic, Spanish speaking, and it's going to continue to grow at that rate. I myself say I'm going to finish learning Spanish, but I can't get there because it just moves so fast. We're going to have, we have a mechanism in some of the trial courtrooms where you can use a tablet, speak into the tablet, it translates it, and then it'll speak it out. It takes forever to do that, as I'm sure you know. The trial that I was talking about earlier, we had 3 dedicated interpreters, and I guess they were tag teaming. As you can tell, I talk fast at some times, so I could see one start sweating and they'd sit down and one would pop up. But it made that a 4-day jury trial, which could have been done in a day and a half. So it's an issue, and it's going to be more of an issue as the courts progress.
But now as judge, how do you address that? How do you handle that type of situation?
Well, as the judge, I would not be comfortable without a certified translator. I think that opens up too many issues. Mr. Osher, who is our translator, is excellent and Fortunately, I've got his cell phone number, so if I needed him, I'd text him and say, I need you to come up and help me with this case. And he's generally good about doing that. And it's one of those situations, if he's not available, or the young lady that does it's not available, it's going to have to be a special set. And the attorneys need to be the ones contacting the court reporter and make sure he's there.
Well, thank you so very much for your application.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Howard, thank you. It's been a pleasure hearing you today, and I have no questions for you.
Easiest one of all so far.
Or I could say, yo no hablo.
Notwithstanding the earlier conversation, I was actually going to begin by thanking you from the bottom of my heart for your commitment to the NSL students. It's really been something, and you've described very accurately what the process is. It's, in addition to helping them write the paper, although we don't tell the students this, it's a lesson on how to get along with another professional. You got to schedule the meetings, you've got to take criticism, you've got to listen to it, you got to respond. And I'm very grateful to you. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Lancaster. One of these days he'll take on the trophy.
I have thoroughly enjoyed the process. I've had some excellent students come through.
Well, the students, I was going to tell you the students enjoy it. They don't all enjoy it. They do have to do it to graduate, and some embrace it more than others.
When the first time I did one, when I looked at it, I thought, you've got to do all of this when? All right, so let's figure it out.
Well, you have inspired them to do it with a happy heart and to do pretty well. So thank you for that. And I'm going to go from yin to yang. I tried really hard to get a hold of Adam Dredd to find out what he would say about you.
Oh.
And you did list him on your...
I did list Adam.
If I were you, I would have crossed him out, too.
You know, and I asked Miss Waters if she did not know Adam, but I thought, you know what, whether you love him or hate him, Adam is a one-of-a-kind individual, and quite honestly, I don't know what he would say either, but you'd have a smile when he got done saying it.
Well, you wouldn't, and probably he wouldn't know what he was going to say either.
Oh, Bill.
No, a very distinguished Nashville School of Law graduate who is now practicing in Massachusetts.
Nantucket.
Yeah, Nantucket. So, radio personality. It's hard to miss Adam Dredd. But the one of the things I did want to ask you about, though, about this, you know, weaponization is becoming a word we're using very often about various things. But I'm wondering if what would you think of a circumstance where a lawyer tells his or her opponent, your client won't agree to give us custody of the children, we're going to file an order of protection? What alarm bells go off to you when you hear that?
First off, that's, to me, again, that'd be tantamount to threatening some kind of criminal proceeding against them, because you're getting into an area of the law that kind of overlaps with criminal allegations.
And that's right. And now that you're doing that, what next occurs to you? It's an ethical violation, right?
Extremely.
So you'd be obligated to report it.
My good friend, Mr. Mark Polk, says this: if you're wondering or thinking that you should report it, you better go ahead and report it.
Pretty good advice.
It's been sound so far.
And just one other, this is more curiosity than anything else. My eyesight is getting worse with age, and I've been looking at the pen, and I think that must be a Knights Templar pen.
It's a Maltese cross. It's one of the degrees of the Knights Templar.
If you're ever in London, you can go to the Temple Church. It's on Fleet Street, and it's the original church of the Knights Templar that is still standing.
If I make it to London, I will go there. I visited the Tennessee Grand Lodge, which is on the corner of Broad, and then when we were in D.C., visited the National Grand Lodge. They're beautiful places.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Grauberger. Good afternoon.
I should apologize. It's my allergies chose today of all days to show up, so forgive me if I hack at you.
You could be.
I don't have the plague.
You could be allergic to Mr. Lawless.
Oh, now cut me a little slack, you know? I mean, at least I would have thrown the letter at him, and that would, there he wouldn't give you grief for the next couple of years. I enjoyed our discussions.
Likewise.
And you're a unique individual, and I'll just forewarn everyone. You had a.
I'll try and behave, though.
Well, I think you're going to fail miserably because you got set up with me, I think, even though it was an accident. I did enjoy our time together, and you are the only person that I think has come before us recently, that in my memory, that has sold as many records. Vinyl, I'm going to assume.
Actually, we were in CDs at that time.
Wow, okay. And in going through your application, it was broad-based. You've had a number of extremely good attorneys, at least in the Socialist Republic, that you've worked with. And of course, John Lowe was no longer with us.
Yes.
But you were with him for a couple of years. What did he teach you?
John really taught me how to litigate and how to deal with people as a lawyer. So prior to him, I was with Courtney Hollins, who's strictly transactional, and as my interest in litigation grew, she couldn't provide any mentorship there, and that's when I made the transition over to John's. And the day I got there, so Chris Hugan, who now teaches at NSL, was a year ahead of me, and we were friends because he's a musician too. And he had been at John Lowe's and told me they were looking for a lawyer. And the day I got there, Chris said, I didn't want to tell you this before because I didn't want to dissuade you, but he said, my old firm gave me an offer I can't say no to. So I'm leaving in a week, and you get my entire practice. So I walked into an entirely full practice that had been built over a year. And so it was really, I was just thrown into the fire. And, John was great at helping to guide me to not commit malpractice, and actually did quite well there.
Also, you spent a little time wearing the robe, so to speak, in Mount Juliet.
I did.
I'm not going to call it a real judge, but I'm going to call it a judge.
Yes, I did wear the black dress for a little while.
Yeah. And you wore it at not necessarily the lowest level, but at one of the lesser levels, I think, and it's more of a informal type of court. What'd you learn from that experience?
To be just brutally honest, I was not experienced enough to have done that at that time. I really wasn't. I had been a reserve police officer for Mount Juliet for about 5 years at that point. But I was, 4 years into being licensed as an attorney. I still had grandiose ideas, wanted to change the world, and I went in there. John Gwynn had been the city judge for, I believe, 16 years or something at that point, and I went in with ideas of changing a few things. In hindsight, I wouldn't have done that.
Your practice mix doesn't maintain or show much in terms of criminal law.
I have done, Well, as of this week, six criminal cases in my career. 5 of them, one's still pending.
But yet you've had complex litigation experience, and just looking at it, and you took on Microsoft and Yahoo?
Yeah. So 1 year into practicing, in 2005, I sued Napster, Inc., the new Napster, for 308 counts of copyright infringement. I had a group of 15 music publishers that was a fascinating group of people, from members of Grand Funk Railroad to folk singers. And we had a 2.5-year battle that started in Tennessee and wound up in California. And then they finally cried uncle and settled with us. And as I concluded that, this was in the early days of all these streaming services. And as we were wrapping that up, we started looking at these other new services that were out there. And there was Rhapsody, and there was Microsoft Zune and Yahoo Music, among others. And I found every one of those 308 copyrights on Microsoft, on Yahoo Music, on Rhapsody. And so being the, I'm not sure if it was stupid or courageous, I sued all Microsoft, Yahoo, and Rhapsody all in the same lawsuit here in the Middle District. And
That's that intellectual property stuff.
Yes, and they were amicably resolved, I can say.
You also took on the FAA for a little bit. You sat first chair in dealing with it.
I did. So I had a client, he was an airplane mechanic. And I actually had 2 cases, and there's a little sidebar on it at the end, but one was a hostile work environment case, but in the midst of all this, he got his license yanked by the FAA, unrelated, and we sued the FAA and wound up having to have a trial before an administrative law judge, which was absolutely fascinating. I've never seen a more detailed order in my life than this judge did. But it was a 2-day trial. It was hard fought. The truth of the matter is that the very experienced government lawyer missed something, and I caught it. And he tried to fix it at trial, and the judge wouldn't let him, and I won. And he, very nice man. He was out of Washington, and but afterwards he called me to congratulate me and told me that was the first case he'd ever lost in doing that for 10 plus years. And so that was a nice feather.
Now, we had also talked about this in our conversation, where you now moved to Rutherford County.
I have.
Moved to a normal area of the world. But I asked you to double check on electability, and B, do you even meet the requirements? And would you tell us what that research revealed?
Yes, 1 year of residing in the district, and I'm okay to...
You've got your ticket punched.
Yes. And we moved, my sons and I moved here, I think it was March 3rd.
The primary would be after March 3rd. And now I'm looking out for everybody out there, if someone can help me. I have no clue when the primary is this year.
It's caucus.
Well, caucus. Do you know when?
Same day as Super Tuesday.
Okay.
I think it's March 5th.
Okay. You're close. All right. We discussed the disciplinary situation, and you've amended yours, and it's been filed.
I did.
And you double-checked with the board that there were no other ones?
I ordered my, yes, I ordered my report. And yeah, so there were the two issues. One was actually that same client. I won the FAA. His hostile work environment lawsuit, which I had inherited from a disbarred lawyer in the Sumner County area. As we got through the case, we discovered that his former lawyer filed the EEOC report and let it expire. He didn't file suit, but then he filed a second EEOC report thinking he could get it. At the end of the day, my client, who was Hispanic, was left with two valid hostile claims. One was an expletive that I will not repeat here, and the other one was a comment with that it was better than being Mexican. And we successfully settled that lawsuit for a year's pay. Given what limited evidence we were left with, it was a good outcome. My client, however, got upset because he wanted an agreement by noon, and I was in court, and so I gave opposing counsel until 5 when I got out of court and could speak with them. And my client filed a lawsuit or filed a complaint over that. It was dismissed on investigation. The other incident was when I was working for Wesley Financial Group, and it actually started right after I got there. They had a complaint from an unhappy customer, and we had been trying to address it. Got a letter from an out-of-state lawyer calling us everything, but well, calling us everything he could think of. And I wrote a letter to the couple who we had been corresponding with saying, you know, I'm going to deal with you. Had anybody else in the company written that letter, it would have been fine, but because, of course, I was a lawyer, I wound up with an issue over it. And I did 3 extra hours of ethics over it as a diversion.
You mentioned when you came, or earlier today, that you and your sons moved here to Rutherford County.
We did.
And now you're the single dad with the boys.
I am.
I'm going to go ahead and go through it. You've had 3 domestic lawsuits, so you clearly have experienced part of it on one side. And one of those cases also included a probate matter, I imagine, that grew out.
Yes, my second wife, in the midst of our divorce, died.
Which I think I probably made the same comment to you, and if everybody's picking up to, we had a unique conversation when we had our interview. That may be a first for me in any of the hearings in the 16 years or so that I've been on these commissions. But you got custody of the boys.
I did. Well, so second wife is the one that passed away.
Right.
She and I had the children. I can jump to this or I can come back to it, but I was actually a victim of weaponized order protection in that divorce, and have a lot to say on that subject. But she died in her sleep while the divorce was still pending. She had the children. They were alone with her for a day and a half. She died Saturday night. I didn't find them till Monday morning. They were 2 and 5 at the time. So, I mean, obviously she was deceased. I've had them to deal with. And they're awesome. Wouldn't trade them for the world. My most recent wife, She did adopt the children in 2020. However, when we were divorced last October, the order was final. Since then, I have had to take out an order of protection against her. Her visitation has been suspended, and she has harassment charges against her currently pending. So I have the boys 100% of the time. They're 13 and 10. They're pretty self-sufficient. We've got our routine down. They take the bus to school, back and forth to school, and yeah, they're awesome.
Well, and I'm not going to go through what your philosophical side for it is unless you just want to go down to it. I've asked everybody else, but yours is a little different. And
It is, and the way it's different, I mean, we've all seen it over the years. I'm angry at you, so I'm going to take out an order of protection. What was different in this instance, my second wife hired a lawyer that she knew was on the other side of an extremely contentious case that I had. He has since deceased. I won't state his name, but he did something that I think was just incredibly unethical. We had been discussing the divorce for some time. When I filed, I told her I proposed a split, schedule for the kids, and his response was to have her take out an order of protection in the wrong court at the beginning of December. It got served. I was already out of the house. I was living in an apartment, but it got served on me, and I was not able to see the children for a month and a half before we got to court because it had to get switched to the right court. Of course, we had the Christmas holiday. And when we got to court, I think it was on the 18th of January, they walked in and dismissed it before it even started. That level of weaponization, and none of the allegations had any merit to them.
So let's take care of the elephant in the room.
Sure.
Will that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
Will it affect my ability to be fair and impartial? No. Would it change make my answer slightly different from the other applicants regarding weaponization? Yes. In the instance, and there are plenty of cases where lawyers are taking what their client's saying, they're saying it's true, we're going. It's done in good faith on the lawyer's part. In an instance where it is done clearly in bad faith, if you've been a lawyer for 15 years and there's a divorce pending in circuit court, you know you don't file the order of protection in general sessions. Pretty easy. When it gets to that level, I think is where I would consider sanctioning a lawyer for that type of, and certainly where there is that, there was not in my case, if you don't do this, we're going to do this. They're getting reported to the board.
Last question. Toughest question.
All right.
I didn't forewarn you.
That's okay.
You've got 4 incredible other applicants out there.
Absolutely.
You have the advantage of being in a good class of people. What makes you better than them?
What makes me better than them?
Or let's put it this way, a better candidate to go in front of Governor Lee, if you're one of the names submitted.
I'm going to choose, if you will allow me to tell you what distinguishes me from them.
That's perfect.
As I would not denigrate my fellow applicants. I think one of the advantages that I would have coming into this as a judge, and I saw a great example of it about a month ago. I was down in McMinnville, And the judge there had been a trial lawyer in that county forever. And he got elevated to judge. And I had to wait for a trial of 2 local lawyers who were pushing the envelope like you wouldn't believe. The judge, he had to pound his gavel, I believe, 4 times to get them to behave. And I think there is that inherent, if you have that relationship as an adversary, and now you're in a different role, we have that transition. While I've done plenty of work in Rutherford County and 1 or 2 in Cannon over the years, I'm not strictly here. I've practiced all over Middle Tennessee and continue to. I think that puts me in a different curve, I guess, as far as not having to deal with that. Also, just the sheer breadth of my background, I think, distinguishes me.
That's all the questions I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner.
Herr Grauberger, I have no questions.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. I'm curious if you could tell us how, having been a litigant in cases, and I realize there were divorces, but how will that shape your approach to dealing with cases as a judge?
Well, understanding the stress that's involved for litigants, I think, is a great benefit. It's having done, my fair share of divorces over the years, it's one thing to try and guide your client, try and make sure they don't try and beat their spouse with their children. But it's another thing to be in the midst of it. It's a very different perspective on the litigation. I think an understanding of what everybody's going through is beneficial.
That's all I have. I passed the applicant.
I have no additional questions. You've answered everything that I had in my mind, so thank you very much.
I just have one question. I asked some of my other colleagues this very question. I'm curious what your answer is. So we talk a lot and hear a lot of questions about orders of protection. Do you feel they're weaponized? And I know that that the statute has been around long enough that, but it seems recently, or maybe there's an uptick of orders of protection that are not necessarily valid. Do you see that there is an increase in those, and why do you think that is?
There's always been that around. I honestly don't know that I've noticed a drastic rise in it, because I have seen it for a lot of years. I do such a mix that maybe I'm not, around it enough, but to catch a trend. But I think you've always had she gets mad at him or he gets mad at her and they go swear out an order of protection on their own without lawyers. What is concerning is situations where you've got lawyers now doing it. That is a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norris?
Nobody wants to talk to me, Tom, did you?
Waters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is are you prepared to run in March or caucus in March? Or is that, I believe that's already been asked, but.
Yes, without a doubt.
And I did notice that you've, so over the past maybe 5 or so years, you've been with a few different positions, and now you're wanting this position. Do you think has this been something you've been looking forward to, is a judgeship, or is it more the shift from general counsel to,
No, it actually has been where I wanted to end up for quite a long time. Even back when I was city judge for Mount Juliet, I mean, John Gwynn left that position because he went to General Sessions. And, at the time, that was my hope to follow that path. But life takes its turns. But, it has always been my hope to end up my career in that role.
Last question I have is, I'm not familiar with your music. Is there, did you make your records with a certain band, and is that on Spotify?
So,
Or are you anti-streaming?
No, actually, I love, it is what it is. It's a horrible business model, mind you, but, and awful for the creators of music. But, I was lucky enough to have a song in 1994 on Tim McGraw's second album, but it was his first big album. It had Indian Outlaw and Don't Take the Girl. It's where he exploded. And we sold over 6 million records, and we were the #1 album in the country, all genres, for 26 weeks, for half a year. And it bought my first wife a house. So.
Well, I appreciate your application and being here today. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Perkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grauberg, just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Did that make you rich? Well, that's not my intent to get into that. But I am interested in the fact of songwriting history, and very, very interested me on what talent that takes. But just a couple of questions, and I'm not trying to make a point with these questions, it's curiosity only. Do you know any of the other applicants here?
Derek Howard and I went to law school together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you've really not spent a lot of time in court here, is that fair to say?
It's been a few years, because I've been in-house since, 2019, up until recently in this year. I was over at the Judicial Center last week in court. I think my last jury trial was actually in front of Chancellor Corlew. So it's been a few years since I've spent a lot of time down here.
Understand. Just one other question, and you've heard it mentioned here today. I'm just curious, with Tennessee being a death penalty state, how do you feel about the death penalty, both personally and professionally?
Personally, I feel it's absolutely a deterrent for that person. And from a professional standpoint, it's the law of this state. I have no issues with it. I don't believe it is in any way unconstitutional. Faced with a situation that was appropriate, I would enforce it.
All right.
Without question.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your application. More applications makes the process stronger. Absolutely. So, we appreciate it.
Been an honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about Stalker versus Nutter?
Stalker versus Nutter.
Wasn't a case you litigated?
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Homeowner, home builder?
I honestly, Judge, I'm sorry. I don't.
That's okay. Well,
Bill Stalker was a client of mine.
Yep.
But that had to be early in my career.
Let's just shift gears a little bit then. You're not the only musician who's received. And it does seem to me that there's probably more of a connection between being a musician and a lawyer than people might think. What do you think, and why?
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
And why?
The thing I love about practicing law is I love figuring stuff out. I love, figuring out the strategy of it. How do I get from here to there? How do I ethically get one over on the other side, And songwriting's the same thing. How do I sit here and make you feel something? It's a different type of theater, but it still is.
Well, when you mentioned your phenomenal record sales, I was wondering whether any of that had to do with all that your heart is all I want for Christmas. Is that one of yours?
That is one of mine. Yep.
Didn't sell 1 million of those?
No, didn't sell 1 million of those, but I like that song.
Well, thank you very much for your application.
Thank you so much.
I'm just asking.
No, my first wife gets them all.
It is now 25 after 2. We are going to break for 10 minutes. My apologies to Mr. Fan. All are present and accounted for. Mr. Fan, if you would come forward, thank you. And I believe that Mr. Fickling is going to begin the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Fan.
Good afternoon.
It has been an absolute pleasure getting to know you. I do appreciate you coming to Cookeville. I really appreciate you buying lunch for us.
Well,
so
be careful.
I'm going to start off with the same question that everyone else has been asked, which is, tell us about yourself, those things about yourself you would like for us to know that are not in your application.
I am, I start off saying that I'm a blessed man. I have to say that from my beginnings to being here before this commission today is just, I was covered by a lot of prayers from my mom. My dad's dad was killed in a fire at the Seward Air Force Base. Some of you may remember Smyrna had the Seward Air Force Base, and my grandfather was a civil servant at the Air Force Base. They had a bad fire. My dad was 14, but he was the oldest of the 5 children, so he became a dad basically and helped raise the rest of my aunts and uncles when he was 14 years old. There used to be a racetrack in Smyrna. Smyrna had a figure-8 racetrack, if y'all can remember that, and my mom was from Franklin, and she and her sisters and cousins came to the Smyrna racetrack, and she met my dad. She was 17. She fell in love. He was going to the Air Force, so she quit school and married my dad. My mom didn't graduate from high school. My dad went to the Air Force, served some time. His stint, most of it in Spain, came back, and they raised me and my sister in Franklin until we were older. My dad didn't get a chance to go to college. My mom didn't get a chance to finish high school. My mom was actually got her GED when I graduated from high school. She took some college courses after that, and my dad worked. And I give my parents all the credit in the world because even though they weren't highly educated and didn't come from real strong, wealthy backgrounds, they raised my sister and I to be hard workers, to be diligent, to be dependable, to mean what we say and do what we say we're going to do. I was very fortunate in that. My dad was a factory worker. In Laverne, if you're driving down I-24 to Nashville, there's a Bridgestone plant where they make bus tires and tractor-trailer tires. It opened as a Firestone plant before Bridgestone bought Firestone. My dad went to work there. His clock number was 33. He was the 33rd person hired there in 1972, and he started working there. He worked the Mad Dog shift. He worked night shift. It was the best job he ever had, and he used that to support our family. He made a big decision in 1975. I didn't realize it was such a decision back then. I was going to be a freshman in high school. My sister was going to be a senior. But he made the decision to leave Franklin and move to Smyrna so he could be closer to work. My mom I didn't think she was a big fan of it because all her people were from there. And I was raised with her people in Williamson County. But it turned out to be one of the biggest decisions that was ever made for my life because we immediately began attending First Baptist Church, Smyrna. And the very first Sunday we went, which was Labor Day 1975, my dad introduced me to the principal at Smyrna High School, Robert Rakes. Mr. Rakes went to high school with my dad. My dad was a Smyrna High grad. And Mr. Rakes said, well, young man, my daughter is the same age as you, and she's sitting up in the balcony. And that's my wife. Fell in love with her early. I got enough courage up to take her to the junior prom. We celebrated our 40th wedding anniversary in June of this year. So I give my dad a lot of credit. I didn't give him a lot of credit when I should have, but I give him a lot of credit of making that tough decision of relocating our family because it made all the difference in the world in my life. I worked. If you looked on my application, I went to UT as an ag major. My uncle had a big dairy farm, and that's where I learned to work, is on a dairy farm. And I really thought I could be a great farmer one day. I didn't realize you're supposed to have a lot of money to be able to buy land and to buy cows and to do all that. So I started working on a farm in Smyrna. There was an individual who I went to church with and owned a farm. His name was Frank Nix. Mr. Nix was the general manager of Tennessee Farmers Co-op, which are the co-ops in every county. There's a farmers co-op. Headquarters is in Laverne. I worked in Laverne unloading boxcars. I worked in the feed mill. I worked in the fertilizer plant. I worked in the gate plant. The day I turned 18, he got me a job working inside the plant. Before I was 18, because my birthday's in July, I had to spend the summer doing something. I weed eated, I mowed grass, I did whatever I could. And if it hadn't been for Mr. Nix, and I give him a lot of credit too, I probably could not have gone to college. My girlfriend at that time was going to UT. I'd never been to UT, but I decided that's where I needed to go, and they had a great agricultural school. I got the Tennessee Farmers Co-op Scholarship. I got the UT Agricultural Alumni Scholarship, all because of friends that Mr. Nix saw that I needed the financial help. My sister was a senior at Belmont, and in the fall of 1979, Firestone unionized, and my dad went out on strike. And it looked like I was going to have to stay home because my sister needed to finish school. And so I applied for grants, I applied for scholarships, I spent everything I had to go to UT. And again, I started out saying I'm a blessed man because all of those things fell into place to lead me to a career that I'm here now. Graduated from UT in March. We were on quarters back then. My wife's a school teacher. She came back home and did her student teaching in Smyrna. It was easy for her to find a job around Middle Tennessee. Her dad was a principal there. He actually worked and was principal there for about 55 years. We got married 2 weeks after she graduated, and I started working for what was then called Production Credit Association. It's now called Farm Credit. And we loan money to farmers. Interest rates were about 18%. It was a tough time. I worked down in the southern counties, Fayetteville, Franklin County, and spent a lot of time in bankruptcy court. We hired a lawyer out of Shelbyville to handle bankruptcy, but I was doing all the paperwork. And I thought, we're paying him $75 an hour, and I believe I can do that. So I started getting a little interest in that. But more importantly, my wife's uncle, Steve Waldron, who has been my only place I've ever practiced law, the only person I've ever practiced law with, he kept encouraging me, go to law school. You should go to law school. He saw something in me I didn't see. I thought if I could get out of UT with an ag degree, I would have accomplished a whole lot in my life. My mother-in-law was right behind him. She saw more in me than I saw in myself. And she said, you need to go to professional school. You need to go do something else. Steve told me, if you will go to law school, pass the bar, I'll give you a place to practice. And I believe there'll be plenty of work in Rutherford County for both of us. And he turned out to be very good on that prediction. So we went to Memphis. We both were working. Actually, my wife and I were both working on our master's degree at MTSU. We quit our jobs. We went to Memphis. Shelby County paid the most to school teachers. So Vicki was a teacher at the Millington. Millington has Air Force Base, and she taught at Millington Elementary. During the day, she worked at Dillard's at night and on the weekends so I could go to law school. And I graduated in 2.5 years, came back here in January of 1988 and took the bar in April. I've been on the corner of West Main and North Maple since then. I am a blessed man.
Now, I've spoken with your references and talked to people that know you, and you have, by any standard, a very distinguished legal career. Why, at this point in your life, are you applying to become a judge?
It is, and this may sound cliche, but it literally is the right time. 35 years I've practiced. 35 years I've represented folks from all walks of life. And I enjoy it. I've enjoyed it. I'm trying cases right now. Yesterday, I was in front of Judge Briley arguing against a summary judgment motion that had been filed against my client for some reason. And I still enjoy that. I enjoy the litigation. But and this wasn't on my, I guess it's kind of like my dad moving us to Smyrna. This wasn't on my radar, but it's a good decision for this time of my life. When I heard that Judge Rogers was retiring, and that caught me by surprise. He'd just been reelected last year. And somebody came to me and said, have you thought about it? I've been talked to about that before, and in the past I always said, no, that's not for me. I like what I'm doing. But this time, Mr. Fickling, for the first time, I didn't say no. And I thought about it. I had a hearing that day that took a couple of hours. I walked back to the office, and it's all I could think about. Went home and talked to my wife, and for the first time, she didn't say, no, we're not getting into that. I've got two boys we called them that night. They said, Dad, this is a great opportunity. Our youngest son got married this spring, and my boys are great. They're doing well. And the timing was just perfect. I think I can keep litigating cases for the next several years. But I also think this is an opportunity to use the experience that I have gained over the last 35 years to help our local bar, to continue the excellence that our judges, we have excellent judges, to continue the excellence that our judges have. I have, and I'm starting to sweat a little bit because I don't like talking about myself. I usually like giving the opening statement about my client. I like talking about them a lot better. But in looking at my resume, and you and I have talked, I've tried a lot of cases. I've handled a lot of different situations. I have a lot of experience. And in that, I think I've become wise. I've become wise in life. Everybody has a story, and I guess part of mine is part of what I've told you, but my mother had early onset Alzheimer's. That was a difficult time. I learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about my people and about my life. Then my mother-in-law had Alzheimer's. Everybody fights their battles that they have, but I have learned a lot, and I think at this point in my life and in my career, I can give back to this community that's been so good to me. So I think it's an opportunity that I wasn't planning for. It wasn't on my radar, but it came at the right time, and every door that I have knocked on, Mr. Fickling, since I decided to do this has been opened, and people have welcomed me with wide open arms.
Now, what part of the job of being a judge are you looking most forward to?
I think I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to evaluate cases and to be able to use the knowledge that I've gained and apply that knowledge to the situations that are there. I think I can help our lawyers. I think I can help our judiciary and run a good courtroom and be efficient and carry the judiciary of our district to the next level.
Now, I'm going to ask the inverse. What part of the job are you least looking forward to?
You know, I think I can make a tough decision. And being a judge requires you to make a tough decision. I can make those decisions. I don't look forward to to thinking that I've made a decision that was an error. I will always do my best. The part that I'm looking at, the part I'm going to not look forward to, I guess, is leaving the practice of law. I love meeting with clients. The number one thing I will miss most about the practice of law are the interaction with clients every day. I enjoy that. If I was going to rank those things that I would miss from the practice of law, I would say I'll miss the clients the most. I enjoy knowing, are you from Laverne? Are you from Kittrell? I like that human interaction. Missed that a lot during COVID. Probably the second thing I would miss would be cross-examination. I enjoy that. I think that's a lot of fun. And the third thing, and maybe those are not the right order, would be when that jury comes back and looks you in the eye and say, we find for the plaintiff. That's a feeling that is that I'll miss. I will enjoy being part of the judicial process. I have practiced and had the pleasure of trying cases in front of very, very good trial judges. I've learned a lot. I hope to take that experience with me to assist young trial lawyers. I've listened to a lot of people, and it's true, maybe we don't try as many cases as we used to, or maybe, Mr. Fickley, it was just me, but it seemed like I had to try a lot of cases.
Well, maybe you're more difficult. That's why you're trying. In terms of your friendships within the bar.
Yes, sir.
Imagine you have a lot of them. How are you going to handle conflicts? And how are you going to handle situations when a good friend of yours is trying a case in front of you and you're now judge?
The judges that we have now, I practiced in the 1900s. You know, my first felony jury trial against Mr. Whitesell was in this room. This used to be a courtroom. The judges that we have now are friends of mine. The judges that we have now, I remember Judge Scarlett and I started at the same time. Judge Wilson started right behind me. I remember when those guys, a lot of them were sworn in and started practicing. And so I have seen them handle those situations. And I believe that our bar has a lot of respect for the courtroom. I have a lot of respect for the courtroom. I think that our bar would have a lot of respect for me, to be candid with you. I do not anticipate that the friends I have, and I try to be friends, mentors, assist other members of the bar as I've come through, because they were lawyers who were good to me as a young lawyer. I would not expect there to be a lack of professionalism. I would not expect there to be a lack of decorum. I wouldn't expect there to be discourteous actions by the members of our bar in the courtroom that I'm presiding over to the other lawyers or to the litigants or to the court officer who is transporting the prisoners. I would not expect that. But if that happened, I would probably the best way to handle that, number one, I would never embarrass a lawyer in the courtroom. I would never shame a lawyer. I would never embarrass a litigant or an expert or anyone. I've been in that situation where that's happened. I think that's inappropriate. If it was to the point, Mr. Fickling, that it became an issue, I would probably, if we were in the middle of a hearing, call a recess. And perhaps it would be time for us to have a chat in chambers and talk about where this is going and more likely where it's not going. But I do think that we have a very good bar. And I do believe that our bar has a lot of respect for the courtroom. But if that issue came up, I'd address it privately.
And have you given any thought yet about how you're going to handle ex parte communications?
Well, there wouldn't be any ex parte communications regarding pending litigation or a pending case.
So there just won't be any. That's how you're going to handle it.
I don't think there would be. Now, as has been pointed out earlier, our local bar contacts the judge's office to get motion dates, trial dates. Ex parte communications, if they're unethical, and they are if they're regarding pending litigation, we wouldn't have those. I just don't think that would be appropriate. Now, if it's about I'm running late, or probably everybody in the bar has my cell phone number. So I wouldn't mind a text saying, Judge, I'm going to be 15 minutes late, or my son is sick. I mean, those types of things, but I would encourage anybody, and if that happened, I would share that with opposing counsel and with everybody else, but I would not expect ex parte communications.
Now, I've heard two different things today about whether there's going to be party caucuses or primary here coming up in March. But be that as it may, if you get the appointments, you'll be running next year.
Yes, sir.
If you do not receive the appointment, do you plan on running for this position?
Yes, sir.
And I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your sons. Now, first, one of your sons played baseball at Vanderbilt.
Yes, sir.
I think he was an assistant AD there for a while.
He was.
How do you reconcile, what do you do when Vandy's playing UT? How do you handle that?
Well, no, I have an answer.
Very careful.
I have an answer. I have an answer there because I've had to live that. So now when, if there's a politician in front of me, well, I'm choosing my words. I went to UT. My wife went to UT. My younger son went to UT. My partner, who's Steve Waldron, is my wife's uncle, if I didn't point that out. He stood in line for 2 hours with my son, Drew, to get his picture made with Peyton Manning when he came here for the Boys and Girls Club. So there is a picture of my Vanderbilt son with Peyton Manning and his UT stuff back in his early days. But if it is between January and the World Series in June, I'm a Vanderbilt fan. We're a baseball family. You heard a lot. Baseball's big in Rutherford County, if y'all hadn't figured that out already. But we're a baseball family, and when Drew he was recruited by Coach Corbin, he got to play there, and he was on the first team, they won the World Series, 2011 team. He was on that team, and so we were there. He was director of baseball operations in 2014 when they won it, and he got me a pass to go on the field after the game and hold the trophy. So I'm dedicated to Vanderbilt baseball. Now, in the fall, it depends on which son I'm with, okay?
And your son Chase, the two of you practiced together for a little while.
We did. We did.
What was that like?
Fantastic. Chase is a lot smarter than me. He takes after his mother, and he had lots of opportunities to come out. He was the number 2. He did go to University of Memphis. Which was okay, but he was the number 2 in his class. He had a lot of opportunities, and he decided to come back and come home and practice here, and he practiced with Steve and I and our partner being Parsley for 5 years and learned a lot. I took him everywhere I went. Steve taught him workers' comp. Ben taught him the criminal practice. He learned a lot, and then he kept getting more opportunities. He's a fantastic writer. He argued before the Court of Appeals here. He's argued before the Sixth Circuit, and he kept getting more opportunities. And he finally had an opportunity, and he came and sat with me and explained the opportunity that he had. And it was such an opportunity, I told him, if you don't take that job, I'm going to. You can have my chair. But it was a great opportunity. He's a great young lawyer. I think you'll see a lot of him in the future.
Well, and going along with the musical theme of this afternoon, who is your favorite country music star and why?
Madeline Merlot.
And why?
She is my daughter-in-law.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a
Thank you,
pleasure
Mr.
getting to meet you, Mr. Fan, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Fan, I've enjoyed hearing your story, but you told us some incorrect information, speaking of cross-examination. And I could just say, do you want to go back and correct it? But I'll go ahead and beat you to the punch.
All right.
The Millington military base was not Air Force. It was a naval air station.
Naval Air Station, that's
I
right.
know that because during the summers in the 70s, I went in an un-air-conditioned Buick LeSabre with my mother and usually both of my brothers to get tax-free groceries because my father was retired from the Marine Corps. So be sure you make that correction because the Navy and the Marines will not appreciate being called Air Force people, I can assure you.
You know, my wife wouldn't have, she was going to correct me, so I appreciate you doing that before I got back there. But it was a Naval Air Station.
It is NAS, Millington, and my wife was also a educator. She still is, 34 years and counting. So I have enjoyed hearing your story. I don't have any questions for you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fan, I have the answer for you because I was UT growing up and then went to Vanderbilt undergrad and then UT Law School.
Okay.
And I am always a fan of both, and whichever one's playing for the national championship, That's, if they're not playing, if they don't have a chance for the national championship and the other one does,
There you
that's
go.
who I'm for.
Yes, sir.
Now, I will say I'm a huge Corbin fan. I got my 2-year-old's autographs just last weekend. They didn't know what it was. But anyway, it will mean something someday. But when you were talking about being a blessed man and then you talked about all these hardships of your family, it made me think of my grandfather, who was always talked about being a lucky man. And this is a man that farmed with mules with a peg leg for 20 years when he lost it building Center Hill Dam. But he always thought of himself lucky, so I did. So it's really sometimes just a perspective, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
With your experience, and obviously you're very, very popular in this area. I don't guess I have to tell you, but I just did. You've got some things you can bring. I'm assuming that you're not coming onto the bench just to keep it the way it is, that you have some things that you would like to see get done.
Yes, sir.
What would, if you could name one or two of those things, I'd be interested.
I would. Of course, we have a good judiciary who are always looking to advance where we are. Efficiency. I think we can be a lot more efficient. And today, I think today was the go date on electronic filing in our circuit courts. We're behind on getting that done, but we've got to get that done. Our dockets are tremendously crowded. Now, we're growing. And the judiciary is always the last to catch up with growth and technology, but we have got to do something, I think, to control our dockets better and move those along, and I would like to meet with the other judges and get some ideas about how we can do that. There is a lot of downtime for lawyers, for police officers, for litigants, and for clerks waiting around, that I would hope that we could move things a little bit more efficiently and effectively than we're doing right now. It is 2023, and whether we like it or not, we need to move with the age of technology and people. People don't like to wait around. They don't have a long attention span. But at the same time, what I really enjoy about the courtroom is that it's one of the last places we go where there's the human factor, where people actually make decisions. We can't order, we go at the gas station, we pay at the pump, we order our everything online, we do electronic banking, but I still believe in the human factor. I don't want to replace juries with an app or some type of algorithm. I think judges need to bring to the bench, because everybody who enters that room has their own story. They've got their dad who made a decision a long time ago, or maybe they made an error in judgment along the way. So I think jury trials still have a very strong place. It's what separates us from everybody else. But I think there's some other avenues that we can do to streamline and make it more efficient for the litigants. For instance, if there are uncontested matters, no reason for litigants to be there, no reason for lawyers to be there. If there's some things that we can do without having extra persons in the building going through security, then let's do that.
You're an advocate. You've been an
Yes, sir.
advocate all your life. On the bench, are you still an advocate?
No.
And then how do you make that change?
I miss that. I'll miss that. That'll be hard. I've had judges who I've seen try to make that transition, and they want to ask the question before I can as the lawyer. But that will be something that I will know will be a change. I won't get to cross-examine. I won't get to ask the questions, but I will be able to listen and to observe, and I think I am a pretty good judge of character and can read credibility, but it will be a whole lot different. I am an advocate. I get excited. I actually been accused a time or two of being a zealous advocate for some of my clients, but I am understanding that change, and I'm ready for that. I'm ready to make that change, and I'm ready to sit as a fact finder and a decision maker.
Well, thank you for your application and a fantastic career.
Thank you.
Mr. Wallace, you're up.
I'm not going to ask very many questions. But I do need to know Mookie Betts and coaching him. You want to tell us about it? Well, certainly. both of my boys are in the room, Mr. Lawless, so I can't say that he's my favorite player. But I did.
It was a setup, you realize.
I did have the opportunity, and since the other candidates today have brought up baseball, I'll talk about baseball real quick. I started the Murfreesboro Competitive Baseball League. We had two very good recreational leagues here, and when Drew was 12 is when kind of travel baseball came to Murfreesboro. And we actually, a group of parents started that league. We hosted a USSSA World Series here. Coach Peterson, MTSU, let us use his facilities. It was great. So as Chase came along, my younger son, he and Mookie Betts are the same age. And so we played against Mookie to the extent that one of my assistant coaches began recruiting Mookie. So Mookie started playing on our summer teams and played on our fall teams. We played in a Labor Day tournament up in Oak Ridge, the Atomic Blast-Off or whatever it was called back then, and a Cub Scout came to me. The boys were 15. A Cub Scout came to me and said, you got a pretty good team, and I'm competitive too. In everything I do. And I said, yeah, I think we got a pretty good team. And he said, your third baseman is a pretty good player. And I said, well, what about the second baseman? That's where Chase was playing. And I said, what about the second baseman? And he said, third baseman is the best player in this tournament. He'll play pro ball one day. And that was Mookie Betts. So Mookie's a fine young man. He went to Overton High School. Chase and I, when he was playing for the Red Sox, Chase and I went down to see him in spring training a few years back before he went to the Dodgers. And I'm honored, and it's a privilege for me to be called somebody's lawyer. When I see somebody and they say, hey, there's my lawyer. And it's a privilege to be a dad. But it's also pretty cool when Mookie Betts says, hey, Coach, how you doing? And so he's a fine young man. He told me he still had his Murfreesboro Diamond Dogs jersey. And so, yes, I don't know who put that in your ear, but I did have the opportunity to meet Mookie and his family, and I'm very, very proud of that young man.
Well, I don't mind telling you who put it in my ear. However, I'll just say he's wearing the same black armband that I am right now because we're both Cardinal fans, and we'll just leave it at that. With that said, I'm not going to go through the questions on weaponization that I have with the others because I think I already know the answer.
Yes, sir.
And I enjoyed it. I received a ton of telephone calls on your behalf. I don't mind saying it. Some people that even you would probably be shocked about. And I enjoyed your application and your demeanor here today.
Thank you, sir.
I got no questions.
Thank you.
Waters?
How are you? I just have one question, and I am one of two on this commission that's not an attorney, so I'm just asking questions for my own information. I noticed that you've done a lot of work on behalf of police officers and sheriff's offices.
Yes.
And so my question to you is, do you believe in qualified immunity?
Qualified immunity, do I believe in it? Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I am, as you picked up from my application, I've had the privilege and the opportunities in our community to represent police officers. I was a young officer, I was a young lawyer, and I had handled, and I got, as General Weitzel said earlier, I got appointed to a lot of cases, and I met a lot of police officers, and we were adversaries, but I got a respect from them, and I respected what they did. And I got a call about 2 o'clock one Saturday morning from one of the vice officers, and they said, we've just had an officer-involved shooting. Our officer needs a lawyer. Will you come? And I said, sure, give me 30 minutes to get a shower. He said, we're in your driveway. And so I put on a ball cap and a pair of jeans and went to one of these undercover, I hadn't been practicing 5 years, went to an undercover place to meet with him. That was my introduction to the PBA, the Police Benevolent Association, and the FOP. Since then, I have had a lot of experience in representing police officers and officer-involved shootings. In the last 4 years, I probably have represented 4, and that is sad. That is sad because our officers put their lives on the line every day, but it has been a tremendous opportunity for me
to go and see at the scene. I literally go to the scene, I meet with the officer, we go over the facts, then we prepare to meet with the TBI to do the investigation. Things have changed a lot. Social media, the press, it's generally a high-profile situation. I've driven past TV trucks from Channel 2 and Channel 5, which are our Nashville stations, to get waved through to go back behind the scene to meet with the officer, to meet with the chaplain who's meeting with the officer, and then to see the family that's there. It's a very involved, very delicate, very human position that I have been put in. So do I believe in qualified immunity? Absolutely. I've looked at those guys, and most of these officers are young officers, and they deal with that for a long, long time. And I was saying, Ms. Waters, things have changed because now those cases don't generally end with a TBI investigation. Now they actually go to the grand jury, and a grand jury has to decide whether or not to prosecute. There was a case in Davidson County a couple of years ago where there actually was prosecution of an officer that was involved in an officer-involved shooting. So, yes, I believe that these officers have to make quick decisions. They're well-trained. The last thing they want to do is fire that weapon. I've been friends with officers who have gone 40 years and never had to fire a weapon, and they feel blessed that they didn't. So these officers are placed into positions that I think the law needs to provide them some protection because I've seen firsthand the situation that has happened and how quick it happens, and yes, I believe in qualified immunity.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've done with the CAC. I know how important that is, and I appreciate all that you've done.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. North?
Afternoon, Mr. Fan.
Sir.
Tell me, I'm just curious, who was the PCA attorney that you referred to back in Shelbyville years ago? I used to do a lot of Winchester bankruptcies.
George Eblin.
Well, very well.
Mr. Eblin? Yeah.
In fact, he stormed the beach at Normandy, and
Yes.
I didn't know that till years later. You're, if my math is correct, you're 62 years old, is that correct?
Right.
You are seeking a position that if the planets line up and you get the appointment from the governor, or you go through the caucus and then you prevail at the election, next August, you'll fill out what remains to be a 7-year term.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be a one-termer?
I'm planning on it. I don't plan right now to be retired when I'm 70 or 69. As long as I'm healthy, I think I'm healthy. I'm energized. I'm excited about this. I don't think it's a new beginning. I think it's a continuation of my story. I think it's going to be a challenge. I've enjoyed challenging. I've taken some challenging cases along the way, and that has worked out well for me. I think this will be a challenge. So I would not anticipate, if I stay healthy and I can still do the job and meet the demands of the job, I would plan to run again.
How are you going to deal with what I understand to be a pretty hefty dose of domestic relations stuff, custody battles and things like that?
You know, I was like you. I built my practice on domestic relations. And I practiced domestic relations when settlements weren't cool. It was before mediation was ever a word. In fact, if we talked about settlement, that was a sign of weakness. We had a chancellor here, Chancellor Corlew, and Chancellor Corlew would give us a trial. In fact, he would let us try 3 cases in a week, and we did. Judge Scarlett, Darrell South, we had, it goes on. We would try cases every day if the judge was ready for us to go. So I tried cases, I did a heavy domestic relations practice for 18 years. Nissan, which is in my hometown of Smyrna, was fantastic for a young lawyer. Workers' comp was a different animal back then. And at Nissan gave everybody a chance to come in and make $22 an hour. And at one end of the line, there would be a young lady. And at the other end of the line, there would be a young man. And they decided that together they made $44 an hour. So they would leave their spouses and leave their family. They didn't think about alimony and child support. They just thought they could merge and they'd get a great 401k. So I generally got 2 divorces at the same time. So I handled a lot of divorces. And from those divorces,
I got personal injury cases. I got employment cases. I got the children's cases when they got arrested. I got DUIs. We built our practice. My partner was a preeminent divorce lawyer in Middle Tennessee, and he trained me, and we fought. Mediation is a blessed thing. The parenting plan is a great thing. I still handle some domestic, and I tell my friends sometimes I get tricked into them, so I'll still handle some. But getting back, and I'm sorry, Mr. North, Judge Rogers does handle domestic divorces. He also I think he's got 2 medical malpractice cases set this fall. I've tried a medical malpractice case. I can, if I can get out of this commission and get to the governor and get appointed, I can start Monday. I will try whatever's on his docket because I probably have tried everything, but I can try. I'm a mediator. I mediate cases now. So I'm up to speed on family law, on post-divorce. A lot of those, we require mediation on those cases before they come before the court, but I can handle those.
Thank you for participating in this process. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, that's all.
Waters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to relate that one of my colleagues in Knoxville called me up and did have great things to say about you, even though y'all are on opposite sides of the aisle. And I believe Mr. McCarter may have been involved somehow, but I won't say what she said about him. But I've only heard good things, and appreciate your application, and also appreciate the hint. As a 35-year-old bachelor, it sounds like I need to check out Smyrna First Baptist Church.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fan, thank you for your application. 2 very brief questions.
Yes, sir.
Almost to an applicant here today, there has been a reference to you, or more than one reference to you. None of them bad, all of them positive. How does that make you feel personally?
I'm honored. I've got cold chills. It is and I give my mom a lot of credit. My mom told me to be nice to people, be good to people. And as a young lawyer, I knew the lawyers who were good to me. There were, as a young lawyer in 1988, 1989, I always had Steve, but we didn't have cell phones and we didn't have text messages. And when I had a problem and Steve was in Franklin or he was in Nashville, I knew there were some other lawyers I could call. I remember calling Johnny Mitchell. His son Jack is practicing here now. Mr. Mitchell went to high school with my dad, and I called Johnny Mitchell from the clerk's office and said, I don't know what to do, and he walked me through it. And to this day, I give him credit. I never forgot that. There were other lawyers who helped me along the way, and Commissioner, what I have tried to do is the same thing. I've tried to pay that back. And when there have been young lawyers, when I decided to dial back my domestic practice, my family law practice a few years back, I started sending cases to young lawyers that got started that I knew could do a good job. I sent cases to Ms. Hauser. I sent cases to Mr. McCarter. I sent cases to Mr. McCarter's partner. There were young lawyers that I could tell they were doing it because they loved the law and they were competent and they were going to take care of these people who were calling me. I would send them cases and then I would talk to them. I would walk them through it. If there was a lawyer in court who seemed like they might need a little nudge, I would try to give them some off-the-cuff advice, maybe be an informal mentor. And I didn't realize how much that meant to folks. I started this process back around July 4th, and it's a new process for me. Commissioner, I've never really put myself out there. I don't mind putting myself out there with some 12-year-old baseball players, but I've never done it in this kind of arena. And the feedback I have received has been overwhelming. I'm honored. I'm thankful. It's beyond words, the feelings that I have for the people who have spoken up for me that I had no idea. And I've had, I was going to say young lawyers, they're younger than me, come up to me on the sidewalk and they told me, you had a case with me back in 2004, and I learned more during that case than I learned in any seminar I'd ever been to. And I didn't have any idea what they were talking about. So I am overwhelmed and thankful that I've tried to do it the right way. I've tried to represent my clients the right way. I tried to treat my adversaries the right way. I was brought up that when the ball game is over, we line up, shake hands, and say, hey, see you next time. And that's the way I've taught. I taught my son, as soon as the case is over, you walk over and we're going to shake their hand. Now, we may be gritting our teeth, and we may be licking our wounds, but that's the way this operates, because if we're going to be here for 35 years, you got to be good to people, and you got to be honest with people, and I've tried to do that, and I have been just very grateful for the response I've gotten from the local bar.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and you know, we've had people to stand at the podium and refer to fellow applicants, and I was worried about them rejoining those applicants back in the audience, so, but that's not been the case today. One final question.
Yes, sir.
You have never donned a judge's robe.
Correct.
What will that mean to you if you're successful, if you're forwarded, if the governor picks you? What will that robe represent to you when you don that robe?
Being a judge, commissioner, is the most noble of professions that I can think of. It is such a position of trust. It is a position of authority. It is, you know, it represents the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I have practiced law in both ends of that. Being able to make decisions, and it is such a level of trust that the governor, this commission, the people that may elect me will be placing on me to make the right decisions. It will be a heavy job, but I think it's a job that I'm ready for. It will be an honor. It'll be an honorary position. I would see myself as a trustee of that courtroom and for those people during the time that I serve them, but it will also be an opportunity to serve. So it will be, it'll be such a great honor, and I know my mom would be so proud.
Thank you, Mr. Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Almost finished.
Yes, sir.
You've tried a lot of cases. You've
Yes,
tried a lot of different courtrooms. And I suspect that all of our experiences and yours might overlap in that we know that there are rules and that there are unwritten rules. If we were to inquire about what your unwritten rules will be, what would you say 2 or 3 of them will be?
I'd like everybody to be ready. I'd like everybody to be prepared. I'd like everybody to have worked their case to the point that we know what the issues are, that we can address the issues, that there's not a lot, there will be no unprofessionalism, discourteous. I think maybe those are ethical, and we may even have a local rule on courtroom decorum about those same things. But I guess I appreciate preparation. I enjoy preparation. It's kind of like the boys playing ball. We practice, but we only get to play one game on Friday night. But the practice is what's so important, and I think preparation, being ready to go, is very important. I like lawyers who are professional. I like judges who are professional. It makes the system work so much better. So I think that would be an unwritten rule. Be here and be prepared, and let's go.
You know, that's very consistent with, I know some of us on the commission, when we're getting ready to come somewhere, we already know some folks in that particular jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And I've been around enough to know some folks.
Yes, sir.
So I just kind of call to see what's going on and what's the scuttlebutt. And the first thing I tell you is that I heard nothing bad about you. That didn't surprise me. But the other thing I heard was, and I'm synthesizing this now, they said, you know, when Terry Fan's involved, I have to do better. You know, that's a pretty stout.
That's a high compliment.
Being involved raises the level of people's game. So I'm assuming that if you're on the bench, people are going to be raising their games, which is going to be perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
A man is known by the company he keeps. We've had some applicants here today who have explained to us, and I think rightly so, how their idea of the practice was shaped by the judges they worked with, whether it was Judge Ash, Judge Rogers. Stuck in your application is a reference that you worked with Wyeth Chandler and Chuck McPherson.
Yes, sir.
That's not the first time I've heard those names. I knew those guys. And maybe what I want to ask you is, what did you learn to do and what did you learn not to do clerking for those folks?
Keep in mind, Justice Code, that I was a third-year law student when I clerked for those guys.
Very impressionable.
Very impressionable, and Judge Chandler enjoyed that. He enjoyed that. He gave me a lot of advice on things that had nothing to do with the law. But what I learned a pretty good trick from those guys. I found out that in the springtime, when the spring came around, we moved all of our motions to 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon. And he required us as the law clerks to be there by 11:30 on Friday to start manning the phones, because he said between 11:30 and 1:30, we're going to wipe this entire docket off. There'll be no lawyer who wants to show up at 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and you guys can go play golf. So I thought that was a pretty good trick. When the weather turned bad, we moved them back to Monday mornings at 9 o'clock. But they were excellent to me. Judge McPherson even tried to convince me to stay in Memphis. He arranged for me to have a interview with the old firm Waring & Cox. I think they're long gone now, but he was they were both extremely good to me as a young man, and I appreciated the opportunity to work with them.
When Lamar Alexander decided to appoint Wyeth Chandler to the circuit bench, the Shelby County Bar erupted, said he's nothing more than a damn politician. He's not going to make much of a judge. Within 3 years, they voted him Judge of the Year.
That's right.
So he knew pretty much what he was doing.
Yes, sir.
We keep mentioning baseball. I have to raise it. And by the way, I endorse your answer about Vanderbilt.
Okay.
So we're very good about that. The reason, and of course, this is the part of the state that produced David Price. And Sonny Gray.
That's right.
Sonny Gray is NSL's representative in the major leagues. His aunt works at the school.
That's right.
So we're very proud of Sonny.
Sonny's a Smyrna High graduate, just like me, so I'll throw that in there.
He won't wear an NSL patch. He says there's some rule that says you can't do that. But there's a lot of things you learn, as you've told us, in coaching that you can translate to law, and it's discipline and practice and leaving it all on the field.
Yes.
And so I just want to close with one observation. We got back to the man's judged by the company you keep. But the people with whom you have kept company think very, very highly of you. I mean, to the point where some of them were very candid. You probably already know who they are, where they said, I was thinking about running for that position, but when I heard that Terry was, I said, I'm stepping out. So no matter what is the outcome of this process, you can at least take it to heart that you have the respect of your peers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are finished our deliberations. You now need to open your blue portfolio, take out your lime green ballot. At the top, mark voting round number 1, and then vote for 3, or as our esteemed colleague says, not 2, not 4, but vote for 3. Turn them in, and our secretary will count the votes. We will go back into session. We have made 3 selections on the first ballot, so there will not be further balloting. And before I announce the results of our balloting, let me again thank all 5 of the applicants for applying. We really appreciate your putting yourself forward in a process over which you have very little control. And as one of my colleagues has said today, our work is basically a reflection on the quality of individuals who apply, we were very fortunate today to have 5 very qualified, excellent individuals. And again, we appreciate all of your applications. The required number of votes to be recommended to the governor is 6, and we have the following 3 individuals have received the requisite number of votes to be referred to the governor. And I'll read them in alphabetical order. Terry Fan, Derek Howard, and Michelle Hauser. Congratulations. Is there a motion to adjourn until tomorrow? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.